A new world awaits you, full of dangers and mysteries, signs and wonders. Things that I, in my garden, could never have imagined.
Think of the world we could build if we believed in ourselves. If we truly believed in what it means to be sentient. To face the universe without fear or delusion. Imagine vast cities full of life and light. Great towers rising towards the sky. So much would be possible if we believed, if we still had faith.
Welcome. It is Thursday night. And you know what that means? Right? EV23 first in the room. And Nick. Probably. That's right. It's G-Law Thursday night stream. Welcome. How's everyone doing tonight? Me? I'm okay. A little tired today. But you know, what else is new? Work. Stressful this week. Demanding. More emergencies at work. We're like always in crisis mode lately. But yeah, and then I almost drifted off to sleep. I had dinner. I did doze a little bit. And even after doing this whole poll thing for what game to play tonight, which is pretty much like almost a commitment, almost a promise that I'm gonna keep my guarantee in stream, I was very tempted to just keep sleeping in the big comfy chair and just tweet, sorry, too tired. But here I am. And so the poll went out earlier today. It was Talos Principle, obviously, versus Pacific Drive, which is what the Haunted Station Wagon game that I started for the first time. Well, started my game last week on stream, which is the main game that I've been playing this week, but I have also been playing Talos Principle. In fact, last night I played Talos Principle and I didn't play any Pacific Drive. So, I'd never disappoint you by not streaming. Well, I never have so far in, is it 8 years? 8 years. But there's always the first time, isn't there? Yeah, the polls came in and it was 2 votes for Pacific Drive and 5 votes for Talos Principle 2. I didn't think it was going to be that decisive. Okay, of course, then at the last minute, Brad came in, said he doesn't use, well, I said Twitter, X. He says I don't use that site. And then he voted for Pacific Drive. But so I guess that makes 3 votes for Pacific Drive and 5 votes for Talos Principle 2. But here we are. Talos. I really could have gone either way. I'm in the mood for both games. And every time I thought of one game, I was like, oh, like when I saw Talos 1, I was like, but I kind of want to play Pacific Drive. So, I'm just gonna stick with it. I was indecisive. That's why I put the poll out. You know. Of course, I always reserve the right to not follow the poll. If the time to stream comes and I'm like, nah, I want to play even something that wasn't even on the poll, I'll be like, you know what, I want to play Project Zomboid. There we go. Or baseball, right, Adelie? You're getting over being sick, and you're finally getting better. Oh my God, your poor dad has COVID and needs to quarantine for 7 days. Wait, is it going? Was it not your was it your mom or your brother last week, and now it's your dad? Like it's making the rounds through your family, or did they all have it from the beginning? I want to say last week it was your mom and your brother, and that your dad came later, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm sorry. And Nick, you're in the middle of being sick too? What's up with you guys? Today is my wife Amanda's birthday too. But she's actually taken, she couldn't get this week off, so she took a week off in a couple weeks. She's got government level holiday time that she actually has to use it or lose it. Like, she's got hundreds of hours of vacation time accrued. So, you know, I'm a little jealous. So she's like, yeah, she's gonna take a whole week off, but not on her birthday because stuff was going on at work. So today is just a work day for both of us. And so I gave her a little present, and then we're probably gonna dedicate the weekend to doing fun stuff that she likes. Go tell her happy birthday for you guys. Your dad didn't test for COVID last week, but is feeling sick still. He got tested today. Oh, so probably he did have it. He just didn't test positive because he didn't test. All right. Well, yeah, there's a good chance that if he's living with people that have COVID. That's the thing that as the new COVID strains keep coming out, and every time they say the same thing. It's the most contagious COVID. And the original COVID was already freakishly contagious. Every new one comes out, they say it's the most contagious one yet. But no, not increased severity of illness. That in fact, over time, severity of illness has decreased, probably because of general exposure to it. But they did say they're recommending now, CDC just recommended that people over 65 get the booster shot, get another booster shot, even if they just had one in the fall. If it's been 4 months, they should get another one. Although, probably if they go ahead and just get COVID again, they already got COVID, maybe they can forego the second booster 4 months later. Yeah, news. You're gonna have 160 hours of PTO coming this year because you worked at Walmart for 7 years. Wait a minute. Is that accumulated hours of PTO? How many is this? 40 hours? Wait a minute. That's like 4 weeks. Is that in 1 year they give you that, or has that been building up over time? Because 4 weeks of vacation is a lot. So, that's more than I get. I'm a little jealous. I just rolling into this year. I think I just got an extra week added. Because I'm hitting my... I'm hitting my 5-year anniversary this year? 4-year anniversary? I've been working there for 5 years this year. But I started off as a contingent worker. I was a contractor. And then they hired me the next year. So I think this year in November I'm hitting 4 years as an employee, and that bumps you up to the next. You get another week of vacation. So I'm going from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. But holy crap! So you work at Walmart for 7 years and you get 4 weeks of vacation. What about the sick pay? Because one thing that our job does that other employers do better is that, you know, everyone who gets sick pay, they're allocated a certain number of hours towards their sick pay per like hour work. So every week you accumulate a certain amount, and that's how they calculate you earn your sick pay. But my company, like a lot of companies, caps the sick pay at 1 week, and it doesn't carry over. So yeah, other jobs, it's like if you don't use the sick pay, it doesn't cap. So you could get well over a week. You could, and I think by the end of the year, you get more than 1 week of sick pay. And I'm like, 48 hours of sick pay a year? Okay, that's not as good. That's 2 days, right? Oh no, wait, 48 hours. Never mind. 48 hours is a week, a work week. I keep getting confused. 48 hours is 2 days in real life time, but you don't work 24-hour days. All right, so that's still better than sick time that I get. We get 40 hours a week in sick time. You came in with 62 hours, so you have 212 hours PTO. Holy shit. I always use all of my PTO. That's just me. I'm not one of those people that's like, I never take a vacation and I never call in sick. Maybe if I were that kind of person, I'd be, I don't know. I don't know. My dad was like that kind of person. He was very successful. But me, I'm more like, I want to do my job. I want to do it well. I do it well, and I'm valued for it. But I'm like, oh, overtime? Not unless I have to. Not unless like I've really committed myself to something, and now in order to make that commitment, I need to work overtime. Then I will. But yeah, most of the time I'm like, nope, 5 o'clock, bye. Are you starting a meeting at 8:30? Sorry, I don't start till 9. Guess I'm gonna miss that meeting. But I don't know. But I do use all of my vacation. Like actually, I run out of vacation time each year. That's how it's worked so far. Is like when I've had two weeks of vacation, because usually I'll take like Thanksgiving off and the week around my birthday. And then randomly throughout the year, like there'll be a couple of camping trips where I need to take a day off because we're doing like a 3 or 4 day or something. Like this year, 4th of July is on a Thursday, so I'm gonna take that Friday off so that I can have a 4-day weekend. I almost think they should give it to you anyways. Thanksgiving is on a Thursday. Black Friday should just be a holiday. I don't know why they're beating around the bush. Where it's like, you got to go back to work. Unless you work at Walmart, then it's a big, all hands on deck. If you work retail on Black Friday, all hands on deck. But you should get holiday pay, though, at least. You asked off for Thursday and Friday next week, so you'll be off Tuesday through Friday. And you'll be seeing your family, though. Hopefully nobody's got COVID at that point. But that's probably enough time for them to not be contagious anymore. Yeah. You said your dad has quarantined for 7 days. That'll give him time to quarantine. Well, it's supposed to be 7 days, or not 7 days. I don't know what it is. It's supposed to be a certain amount of days after you've stopped having a fever without medicine. That's usually the rule that they impose. That's like the final all clear, is when you don't have a fever for more, I want to say it's like 72 hours or something since you've had a fever without medication. So like if you're taking like tons of Tylenol or some crap and that's controlling your fever, that shit doesn't count. You have to be like better and then not taking something to control your fever and still not having a fever. Oh, something terrible happened today, you guys. You may notice something. I'm drinking soda out of a can, not a Taco Bell cup. So this week, Evie got Taco Bell and I didn't. Well, I'm gonna get Taco Bell tomorrow though. It's already been discussed. But this is Amanda didn't go into the office today because she's actually working tomorrow, a half day tomorrow, because one of her coworkers is on vacation. It's one of the reasons why she couldn't take this week off for her birthday. One of her coworkers is out of town all week, so she could not take this week off or her birthday, and she has to be there, spend some time there on Friday, because usually the reason she works 4 days and has Fridays off is because between her coworkers they have everything covered. But if one of them is going to be gone, the other one's got to show up. So she's going to get Taco Bell tomorrow. You think Taco Bell's killing me? I'm not going to argue with that because, well, I am eating better the past year or so, but I have a certain allowance for bad food, and when I'm in, all the years that I wasn't eating better, Taco Bell was a big part of that. So, and when I do, of course, last night I did have a slip up. I've been working out more, or getting back into working out more. I'd sort of really, over the holidays, declined. So I've been working out like 4 or 5 days a week again. And when I do that, my appetite, like I start getting hungry. Like I'll be eating the same amount of food, but I'll be more hungry. Like my body's just like, I need sustenance. And I was tired yesterday, so I didn't work out. And then I thought, oh, I'll make up for it by like eating a little less than usual. And then I went to bed and I was a little bit hungry. And then I'm laying in bed and I couldn't sleep. And I kept thinking, I need something to eat. I'm hungry. It was like nagging me. I need to learn to control that shit better. So my big thing was I just got up. Suddenly it was almost midnight. I'd been in bed over an hour already and I wasn't sleeping because I was like, my body was like, I need food. I need sustenance. And I tried eating some like little like nothing stuff. I was like, oh, I'll have a pickle and I have a banana and a pickle and see if that like, and my body's like, no, I need some of like the bad stuff. Give me some like real stuff. And there was like it's probably half a bag of like Tostitos, like white corn chips. It wasn't Tostitos, it was that kind of corn chip. And we had a big tub of salsa. I went hard at the corn chips at around 11:45 at night. Chips and salsa. That's why today I was like, yeah, maybe it's okay if my wife wasn't going to work today and gonna get Taco Bell on the way home like she usually does. You asked off for the solar eclipse on April 8th. Let's see, what's that? 6 weeks from now? Wow, this is very exciting. I pay no attention to those things. Solar eclipse, huh? And they gave it to you. You love your management. Well, I would hope that, like, under normal circumstances, if you have accrued vacation time and you give advance notice to take it off, maybe I feel more entitled than other people. But if I ask for a day off 6 weeks in advance and I get it, it'd be more like if I asked for it off and I didn't get it, I'd be like, you guys are assholes. It's like, I earned the time off and I'm giving you adequate advance notice. Deal with it. It's your job to accommodate me now. Apparel sucks. They did that last year. Oh wow, okay. So you actually, they will say no. And that was at the old location, right? Oh, that sucks. That's weird. I know that I've had jobs where you couldn't get time off, but usually it was because other people had already gotten that time off. And it tends to not happen in April. That tends to happen around Thanksgiving and Christmas. Like the holidays, when everyone's trying to get the same time off to go out of town for a week or whatever. And then it's like, well, you waited too long and now you can't have that off. That I understand. If you request like Thanksgiving week off and you wait until 2 weeks before to ask for it off and they're like, sorry, like all the people who wanted that off like requested it and now we already have a skeleton crew. You can't have it off. Brad, I got your vote. I did in my mind count the vote. Brad we had 6 votes come in on the poll. We had 5 votes for Talos Principle 2 and 2 votes for Pacific Drive. And then Brad came in at the last minute and said, I don't use that website. Pacific Drive, please. And so I did count that. So I count that as a total of, that'd be 3 votes. Wait, was it 2 and... No, it would have been 2 votes and 4 votes. Because it was 6 votes total. So 2 votes for... Shit, now I gotta look. So maybe it was close. With Brad's vote, it was 4-3. Now I've got to be sure. No, it was 7 votes total. Never mind. It was 7 votes on the website. So it was 2-5, and then Brad came in and with his extra vote for Pacific Drive. Okay, so your vote was not based on any kind of like burning desire or hatred for either one of these games. It was a simple mathematical determination of which one you thought required less of my attention. Which, unless games that require less of my attention represent a game that you'd rather watch me stream. you would admit it certainly like playing a game like this a fair bit more than watching it. That's interesting because other people, I think Evie said she never wants to play a game like this but she does, like, she likes watching other people play it. Too much braininess going on. I've really, I'm surprised I haven't burned out on this style of gameplay, because I was playing, I played Talos VR, then I played the expansion in VR, and then I came straight into this, and I'm still like kind of into it. I'm at that point now where I'm going to be a little sad when it's over, You never know when work will bother you, so full attention is not possible. Even though I deserve it, well, I appreciate that, Brad. I know, I forget that sometimes because you're pretty attentive to my stream when you're here. I know not like for 4 hours straight, but you're pretty active a lot of the time. And I forget that this is a bit of a work day for you. But thanks, Brad. Glad you think I deserve it. Even though I often play games you're not like. I'm terrible at reading the chat. When I do read the chat, I don't understand what the hell people are saying half the time, and I ramble on about something based on something they didn't even mean to say. You try to hide it when your attention goes elsewhere. Well, see, Brad, you mostly work remotely, right? You work from home. Like, it's a little trickier when Evie's like on site at a Walmart trying to sneak my stream. That always made me a little worried, like that you were going to get fired, because I've worked in a retail environment, and there wasn't a lot of sympathy for people that were like watching, like, well, we didn't have phones and stuff back then, but I have a feeling like the jobs that I worked, if you were just sitting around looking at your phone, they get mad. Of course, I did work at a video store, and all we did was play movies on the TV all day. But that was part of the job. That's one of the beautiful things about it. Your favorites when a comment only has 2 sentences. What? Well, I mean, could you complete your thought there, Nick? That's where I only read half the sentence. My brain stopped at the comma. You see what I did there? But you work at a desk and no one cares what I do when they don't need me. Okay. Oh, you go on Fridays. Oh, wait. Fridays is when I stream. Well, for me, it's Thursday. But for you, it's Friday. So wait, I stream on the one day that you actually have to go to work? Maybe I need to think of, well, no, I can't change Thursday night stream. Can I? For Brad? Because Brad, Thursday works. That's my favorite. So, but that's true. Like, if no one's actively, even when I worked at, well, I take it back. When I worked at the job I'm working now, even working at our desk, it was hectic as hell. And then we used to work on phones. When I worked on phones, there was no hiding from that shit. Because they at all times could see what your phone status was. And if you weren't on a call, they expected most of the time that you'd be set to available. And if you were set to available, you would not go more than 5 minutes. Usually, you finish up one call, you have a certain amount of time off to like take your notes and do whatever actions to wrap up the call. And for us, we had pretty elaborate stuff that we had to do. So sometimes that could be like a half hour or whatever. Like most phone agents, they're supposed to be on their next call within like 90 seconds or some bullshit. I'm like, no, we couldn't do that. We got too much to do after call wraps up. But like as soon as we go back available, the phone will ring again. So there was not a lot of people sitting around thinking, like looking at Facebook and stuff at that job. So that's one of the things I don't like. This week has been stressful for me a little bit because I'm not used to the current, like I do QA where that's what I've been doing for the past couple years. I QA people doing the work that I used to do. And the work that I used to do involves what they call escalations. It's where other departments have things that come up that they need our team to fix. So they get escalated to us. And so we get this pile of escalations, and right now we're in a huge backlog. Like, everything got super backed up at our job. Things happened. We got a huge influx. A huge thing happened, and so now we're in super on fire catch-up mode. And so they're like, it's such a big thing that they've asked, like, me and the other QA, the QA person that I would say, I guess I'm not technically your supervisor, but I'm the QA lead, and she's like the other QA person. And they've asked us to do just regular escalations this week, which I'm like, I haven't done those in 2 years. Even though my whole job is to QA other people doing that work, I haven't actually done escalations on my own for 2 years. And there's a lot of little, like, stuff that if you're not doing it, then you don't have to do, like the way that the program that they use now to assign the escalation. And that's what stressed me out. They have this whole thing before. It used to be just a spreadsheet of all the escalations available. People would just claim them, a shared spreadsheet. And now there's this whole program they use that's like really, it's all built into the system where they assign you a certain amount. And then as soon as you open one of them, you hit a start button, and it's timing exactly how long it takes you to work that thing. So I don't like that, knowing that, like, they're timing what I'm doing. It's like I do without that kind of like microscope on me. I do plenty of work, but I'm like, damn, I'm gonna be slow because I haven't done this shit for 2 years. And here's like the stopwatch every time I'm gonna start. It's like, stressful. Speaking of stressful jobs, it's Chris Plays Games. How you doing, Chris? Oh, you go to work on Tuesdays and Thursdays and sometimes Wednesdays. Okay. I see. And you pretty much always leave early on Friday. So, right, you're back home now, but your job follows you around. All right, I got you. Chris, you go to work every day. You can make it in. That's awfully vague. That sounds very non-committal. Or workaholic. It just depends. I can't get a read on exactly what that means, Chris. It could mean, like, most weeks you don't get any days off and you work 7 days. Or it just means, like, you know, I was riding my bike and playing with my drone all week this week, and I just didn't have time. At work you have VR lessons you're supposed to do? You have VR headsets at work? Where you have VR lessons? What? That's crazy. You're gonna have to tell me what that's like, what that's about. Like their work, like telling you how to do your job, like, here, when you're gathering products for the customer orders, and then it's like you're running through the store with the VR, like doing the virtual sexual harassment training. Which of these coworkers is behaving inappropriately? What's that? Virtual Bob is grabbing me by no, Virtual Bob, hands off. And the answer is B, Virtual Bob. Playing games isn't a stressful job? What? Is your job to play games now? You talking about your job? Ideally, you're in the office 5 days a week, but sometimes family stuff comes up. Oh, okay. So see, not workaholic. That's like, I like to do 40 hours a week when I can, but I know family stuff can definitely come up. Yeah. No, I got my basic 9 to 5. Well, technically it's 9 to 5:30 because of, lunch break, but and that's one of the things I like about my job is one of the benefits of the company being on like penny pinching a little bit is if you get paid hourly like I do, they don't want you to work overtime. Right now they've they, you can work overtime when there's something special going on, or if you get special permission. And right now there's like special blanket permission where anyone who's working on the stuff that I'm working on can work up to 40 hours overtime. So you can work up to an 80-hour week. I elect not to. Where they calculate like how much each person needs to do in order to hit our target. And now I'm up to speed. I'm basically hitting how much each person needs to do. I warned them when I started. I said, I haven't done these things in 2 years. Like for the first couple of days, I'm going to be slow because I'm going to be having to check like all these procedures for things I don't normally look at and that I'm not familiar with. Not only is it stuff I haven't seen in 2 years, it's stuff that didn't exist 2 years ago. There's a whole bunch of stuff they do now that's new, it's complicated stuff that they didn't do 2 years ago. That's not part of what we QA. So, yeah. I mean, it's all doable. I'm doing it fine, but I was just like warning them like, hey, you know that I'll just basically be getting up to speed by the time you don't need me to be doing this anymore. Because I think it turns out they only need us to do it this week. And then I think Monday we're going back to our regular functions. They just hired a bunch of new people who are coming out of training on Monday that are going to be, well, that's going to be a whole other nightmare because those are the people we're going to QA. There's new people doing this shit for the first time. Oh boy. Mistakes. I do a seminar. I do like I host a welcome to QA for our new hires during a certain phase of their training. And my main theme, the anthem, the mantra that I say over and over again in the intro to QA is everyone makes mistakes. Get ready to have some scorecards where we're telling you some stuff that didn't go right, especially when you're new. Chris, your job is so flexible. Basically, do I work on any given day? Hard to align with your output. Okay. Like this week, a bunch of your time was spent on the fact that you accidentally figured out how to save Google 40,000 CPU of compute capacity. So, oh my gosh, look at Skull Sphinx. I never believed this scandal. Evie was double dipping. She was watching another streamer just moments before. Wait, listen to what you're saying right there. Just moments before watching me. That's okay. It's okay. So, if she's ever watching another streamer instead of my stream, you let me know. We're gonna have words. It's not acceptable. And that goes for the rest of you too. No, I'm just kidding. When I used to hang out in streams, I frequently bounced between streams. So, it's okay. It's okay. Oh look, Evie's like, I got caught! So, that's okay. You can watch other streamers. I'm happy. I hope you do. So yeah, Chris, save Google 40,000 CPU. You ever read Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut? I'm just picturing Chris's job as like the scientists from Cat's Cradle that discovered Ice 9. So you want to... Basically, they described this as scientists that were like the government hired around the time of the Manhattan Project, and they said they'd bring in these scientists who were just like that. The best way to get like creative results from scientists was to just put them in a room with whatever they want, and maybe pose them with a problem that you want solved, but just so like the book's called Cat's Cradle because this one scientist, the main thing that he did is he found some string, and if you play with the string like between your fingers in a certain way, you can make like different shapes. And there's one of those shapes called a cat's cradle. It's like wrapping strings across your fingers in a certain way. And he got obsessed with like playing this string for like weeks, doing Cat's Cradle. And what he'd been tasked with solving was that there was so much mud in the battlefields of World War II. They wanted to find a way to make it so their troops could still move around in the mud because it was too wet and slippery. And so he's playing with this damn cat's cradle, and he comes up with this chemical, this atomic formula for a new element called Ice 9. And what Ice 9 does is when it comes in contact with water, it changes the molecular structure of the water, and the only change that it makes is it makes the freezing point of water raise to something like 100 degrees. Which means that technically almost all the water on the planet is below freezing temperatures. And so the whole premise of the book is this thing gets released into the world, and it's a disaster. Like, water's everywhere. Water's in the air, condensation, whatever. And so essentially, and if it touches a person, the person becomes frozen solid because the person's got water in it. So it becomes this catastrophic end of the world thing as soon as it's invented. And so but Cat's Cradle is the scientist that invented it. It was just him sort of idly playing with something, and then he came up with this like, oh yeah, here's this atomic thing that if you do it, changes the freezing point of water, so you won't have to deal with the mud anymore. And then they make it, and the world ends. It's been a long time since I've read Cat's Cradle, but for a long time, Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut was one of my favorite books. It's very short too. I think it was one summer, I was on summer break in undergrad in the like mid-90s, and I went to some library where they were selling paperback books for 25 cents each, and I found like some Vonnegut books, and I'd always wanted to read Vonnegut, and Cat's Cradle was one of the 25-cent books that I bought. I took it to the beach, I smoked cigarettes, that's what I smoked. I smoked cigarettes and read Cat's Cradle at the beach. So I have all these fond memories also of when I read Cat's Cradle. It was like one of my favorite summers. Brad, you enjoyed most of Vonnegut's work. I didn't read everything, but I read quite a few books. Like I think I also really liked Breakfast of Champions. It's been so long. I've probably read like maybe 6 or 7 of his books. So, why you put cigarettes in quotations, Nick? Yeah, tobacco. What was I smoking back then? Probably Marlboro Lights. As the years went on, I got lighter and lighter. I got Marlboro Lights, Marlboro Ultra Lights. Then I went to American Spirits, and then the American Spirits had the lightest version you could possibly get. It's one of the reasons I ended up quitting is over time, like I get more and more like cigarettes just seem to really be irritating me more and more as the years went on. So I kept going lighter. Well, I did hear going for like the ultralights is actually worse because your body reflexively inhales deeper because the smoke is less potent. So in some ways, I don't know, maybe that was the problem. You read the heavy hitters. You know what? I tried reading Slaughterhouse-5 when I was in high school, and it didn't click with me. Now the thing is, when I was in high school, I don't think Vonnegut would have clicked with me any of his books because I just didn't get, like, it just seemed like weird the way he wrote. I just didn't get it. So maybe if I tried reading it later, it would have clicked. But because that's literally what happened. Is it was 10 years later, and I found those Vonnegut books at that library sale, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I started reading it. And at that point, I was a literature major. I had studied like critical theory, literature like critical theory, and I studied some philosophy and some other stuff. And so, Cat's Cradle was like also kind of philosophical too, like some of the things they talked about the nature of truth and belief and different things. And I think it just, at that point in my life and the things that I was already thinking about and spending my time pondering, that book was like, I was ready for it. And then I just fell in love with Vonnegut, and I read like a bunch of his other books at that point. You read some of his less loved work. I read Sirens of Titan. I remember liking it. Yeah. And was that Kilgore Trout was in Breakfast of Champions. He had a bunch of different characters. Kilgore Trout was the science fiction writer that was sort of like the sub-in, or like his own like maybe his own self being injected into the books. Pretty much any book that I found that mentioned Kilgore trout, I would read. So there were a number of them. And there's ones I don't even remember, like what they were called anymore. I'd probably, if I saw a list of books, no, you know what, I can look. List of Kurt Vonnegut books. Yeah, what the hell? List of Kurt. There we go. So let's see. Slaughterhouse-Five didn't read. Cat's Cradle, Breakfast of Champions, Sirens of Titan, Player Piano. That was, I think, his first novel. I couldn't get into that. Mother Night. I don't know if I read Mother Night. Galapagos, I read Galapagos. Jailbird, I remember I read Jailbird. Bluebeard, I'm pretty sure I read. Man Without a Country, I don't know. Some of these are short story things. Hocus Pocus, I read. Welcome to the Monkey House, maybe. Slapstick, maybe. Timequake, I definitely read. Yeah, I'm noticing there's a lot of books here that I didn't read. But I didn't read any of it. If he had short story collections, I never read that stuff. I've always had difficulty with short stories because I felt like if it's not long enough, if there's not enough there to get invested in, usually I just was like, I want to say, yeah, Mother Night sounds familiar. Was that a World War II one? Let's see, any other weird ones? Conversations with Kurt Vonnegut. Let's see, Mother Night. It's only two people in this chat who give a shit about Kurt Vonnegut, and we're going to spend 20 minutes talking about him. Wait, Kurt Vonnegut was a Nazi propagandist? I don't feel like that's accurate. I would think that he, based on my assessment of his philosophy, like anti-fascism would be more his thing. Oh, the main character of Mother Night was a Nazi propagandist. I don't remember. If I read it, because there was a point when I was in college when I read all those books. Over the course of probably a couple years, I kept either some I checked out from the library, others I picked up on sales, and I read a bunch of his books over the course of 2 to 3 years. And then, it's been a long time. It's like, Kurt Vonnegut, a Nazi propagandist? I don't remember. It seemed like he'd pretty much be the other way on that. You never gotten much enjoyment from reading? You guess you're... Wait, what is amphiphasia? Has something to do with that. I'm not sure what that is. I like reading. Honestly, I've been doing a lot more audiobooks in the last few years, and then I come to appreciate different audiobook reading styles. Although there's something about reading the written word engages you a little more with what's happening. The thing that I like about books has started to be reflected in visual media. And what it used to be was before you had TV shows that were normally just disjointed, connected half hour episodes, or hour episodes. And then you had movies that were usually 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. And movies were except for the occasional miniseries, that was about that was a long story, was 2 hours. And I liked books because they could take their time and still tell a story, a longer, not rushed story, that you could spend a lot of time in that world with those characters, what was happening to them. And I liked that more. There's certain things that I do like about reading. There's the tone of the reader. There are things that can be conveyed in a novel that can't effectively be conveyed. You could have a narrator in a movie narrating the hell out of it, but in a movie that can actually just fuck it up. So if they over rely on that can fuck it up. It's a lack or diminished mind's eye. Okay. I never heard of that. I never heard of that before. You love reading too, and you're a kid, you keep a list of books that you had read for the year. One year you read 75 books? Were these like 50-page books? Were they like big books? I've never read that much, ever. I was an English major, I didn't read that much. Although a lot of times the books we had to read were beefy and very slow going. I didn't end up reading a lot of them. I read a lot of Cliff Notes in college. It's horrible to admit. I think the longer I was in college, the more likely I was to invest in Cliff Notes. On occasion, though, the books were so impenetrable and terrible that I felt like I had no choice. I would cite the granddaddy of all these to be Ulysses by James Joyce. Just don't. I know some people like, oh, it's so brilliant. It's like, whatever. It was like 2,000, I don't know how long it was. It felt like it was 1,000 pages of like utter nonsense. 75 300-page books. Were these like the big print with pictures in it? Nah, usually they're not 300 pages long, those kind of books. You just went crazy reading a bunch of books. All right. But yeah, for a while, Kurt Vonnegut was one of my favorite authors. I think one of the things I like that Kurt Vonnegut writes in very short sections. And they're all numbered. So, and a section will be like sometimes half a page. Most of them are between half a page and a page. So occasionally you get a couple pages. And it'll be like, 25, and then there'll be a page, and then the next 26, and it'll be half a page. 27, maybe a page and a half. It was so digestible. And Vonnegut writes in a very plain style. A very plain, straightforward style. Which is deceptively hard to do. I learned being like training in writing. It can be very difficult to write in just clear and uncomplicated language. Deceptively difficult to express yourself effectively that way. And so that was one of the things I liked best about Vonnegut once I got into him, was that it was so effortless to read Vonnegut. A lot of what he was saying, when you thought about it, could end up being pretty thought-provoking and profound, but the actual reading what he wrote was extremely palatable, extremely easy to read. Whether or not you got it or took anything away from it or enjoyed it is another matter. Like I said, the first time I tried to read Vonnegut was Slaughterhouse-Five, one of his most famous books, and I didn't care for it at all. But I was like 15 at the time. When I got super into reading Vonnegut later is when I was like in my early to mid 20s. So. Normal size print, not big print with a bunch of pictures in it, huh? You don't see many 300-page books with giant print and pictures on every page. This wouldn't be cost effective. A voracious reader sounds more like. Yeah. Do you have a favorite author of all time, Evie? I can't say that I do, honestly. What are we reading right now? It's, let me see. Lonesome Dove is the main book. I've been working on it for months because I just do audiobook, and it's just like, usually just when we're driving. Sometimes when I go on my longer walks, I'll listen to it. And I think it's like a 1,000-page book. It's a beefy book. But we like it enough that we bought the, there's 3 books in the Lonesome Dove, 3 or 4 books in the Lonesome Dove series, and we bought all of them. Which is a surprise. Lonesome Dove is like, I'm not usually into the cowboy stories. But I was, there's a YouTuber that when I want to find out about books, I like his recommendations. He likes a lot of same stuff I do. Sci-fi, Stephen King. A lot of my favorite stuff he likes. So he made a video called its top 10 books of all time. And I'm expecting to be all like, oh, Stephen King, Game of Thrones, whatever, all like fantasy and horror, all the shit that I like. And one of his top books of all time was Lonesome Dove, which is this cowboy story. And he talked it up so big. And I was like, well, holy shit. I mean, I never would have considered it before. The book's been around since the 80s, but I'll check it out. And I went onto Amazon and I listened to the Audible sample. And I think just listening to 30 seconds to a minute of the Audible sample, I was like, yeah, I'm on board. I like it. Immediately ingratiated itself to me, and it's totally paid off. Brad, when you were in high school, you probably read more than one book a week. I've never been someone that's read a lot of books. I've always been a slow reader too. I've never been someone that could read quickly, because I tend to savor the books. But I also end up I also have a hard time focusing sometimes, so I have to reread. Like, I'll realize my eyes have outpaced my brain. I'll be like, hey, I just realized I don't remember what's happened in the last 2 paragraphs because I spaced out, and I have to go back and reread it. I think that's why I mentioned Vonnegut being very digestible. It's like, here comes the choo-choo. Charles DeLint. Okay, yeah, I heard that name. Wait a minute. Was that the guy? I might have read a book by Charles DeLint. Did he do like sort of Celtic style fantasy? I think I read one of his books a long time ago. Let me see. This I have to go way back. Or maybe I just recognize the name because I've spent so much time in the fantasy section of bookstores. I mean, that's sort of where I've always gone. When I walk into a bookstore, the first place I generally gravitate is the fantasy section. I don't think I have read. I don't think I have read him. I'm not sure which author I'm thinking of then. Now I'm looking up his books to see if I can figure out if I've read any of them. Nah, okay. I don't think I have. Let's see, most of your high school free time was spent in your room listening to music and reading. Okay. I did like reading. And I remember when I first really got into reading is when I got into Tolkien. That was like my first time where I spent like a lot of my spare time as a kid reading. I'd go out in the backyard and like find a place under a tree and read, or just in general just read. I remember when I was reading The Hobbit for the first time. I got pink eye, and I had to stay home from school for a bunch of days. And I remember I made like a blanket for it in my room, and I read I think I might have read the whole book in my blanket fort in my room when I was staying home with pink eye. Good memories. I enjoyed having pink eye. It was gross, but I read The Hobbit. Well, I think I've mentioned this before. When I was like 5 years old, I got that picture book with the record with Tinkerbell's Magic Chimes, where you play on the record player, and it was like a 20-page illustrated book of The Hobbit, and that was my first. And I got a whole box that was handed down to me from my cousin who wasn't into them anymore, and I probably had like 50 of these that were just sort of passed down to me. And that was my favorite one. I listened to it over and over again. I was just like, it was not like any of the other stories that I heard as a kid. It was a little bit scary. It had monsters in it. It was exciting. There was a dragon. There was all this cool stuff and gold, and then Bilbo and his ring that could make you invisible. That was like incredible. So it's one of my favorite stories. And then when I got a little older, where I was like, I felt advanced enough as a reader to read the book, I was all about it. I was so proud too, because it felt like a grown-up book. I think I read it when I was 9 or 10. It might have been 10. So, oh, you put a chart in Discord. You're at 4. I'm gonna take a look at that. Let's see. And if you, I saw you say, I think I'm missing stuff, but you're saying about if you try to picture an apple, if you try to close your eyes and imagine an apple, you barely get an outline. See, just right now, with you saying the word apple, I could summon a very richly detailed, colorful apple with beads of water on it and the light hitting it, and like I could picture the apple. So I could see that being like something that not everybody processes the same way. Yeah. That's interesting though, Nick, that like one of your favorite pastimes are role-playing games like RPGs, which so much of that is powered by like your ability to put yourself into the role of a character. So when you play Dungeons and Dragons, do you tend to approach it more, I don't know, like how do you, when you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, how is your imagination working? This is probably too much for you to ask you to explain in a chat, but now I'm just curious because D&D is like so imagination driven. So much of what happens up here, you know. People told me about how reading would make worlds appear in their heads, and you always assumed they were being facetious. Nah, I could see that. Brad, you didn't have a robust social life. Like I sort of didn't. Like I grew up at a certain point when I was like 8 or 9 years old. We moved neighborhoods. Before that I lived in a neighborhood where there are a lot of kids, like up and down the block and next block over and whatever. And when I was around 8 or 9, we moved into a different town where I didn't have any friends yet. And we moved into a neighborhood that was sort of like up in the hills, where it was spread out from other neighborhoods by highways that were dangerous to walk on. They were like hilly, windy highways with no sidewalks. And in the little pocket of neighborhood that we lived in, there really weren't kids around. There were a couple, and we didn't click. And so I lived. The only time I could see friends is if like we arranged with parents to come pick up and drop off, that sort of thing. So that ended up naturally putting me into a situation where the default was, unless special arrangements were made, the default was I was by myself. So I think that's also, and then what happened is a few years later when I started becoming more social and I got my own car and stuff like that, and I did have friends and stuff, they'd want to go out like every Friday night. For a couple years, my friends wanted to go play pool. We did almost every Friday night, and every 2 to 3 weeks or so, I'd be like, no, I just want to stay home and read. Like I need to have a quiet night. And yeah, it can still be that way. I need my downtime, I need my quiet time. Hey, Jeff. Welcome. Brad, you're gonna stream? Oh, you telling Jeff or me? I like joining when I can, but you know, this is a pretty fluke. It's pretty much a fluke if I show up. Or I'll just show up and not say anything. So there are times that I will. And then last time I completely missed it, but then I saw later you'd streamed and I watched like 2/3 of it while I was working the next day. Nick, you like having images to go with things rather than describing an NPC or location. You'll share an image. And okay, yeah, battle maps and things like that. Yeah, definitely. So to have a more visual layout of what's happening. So I just know that, like, even I do find the maps really useful, but even like if like the characters are in like a tavern or something, and there's a map of the tavern, I'm still picturing that tavern in my head. Like, and it may be a fairly generic tavern, but like that I'm picturing, but I can still see it. And I can still see the people in it, and I can see the barkeep at the, pouring the stew into the bowls and handing them out and cleaning the glasses and serving the ale and all that, whatever. I still actually do picture that. Ali, you can turn it in your head or see the bite. I'm talking about the apple. Oh wait, no, you're talking about Evie. I'm reading stuff backwards. I'm at that point in the evening. I wonder if art has helped you with picturing images in your head, because you can clearly picture stuff in conversations with people. That's a whole different level, to be able to like draw and stuff like that. And that's something, like, when I was a kid, I used to love to draw, but I always sucked at it. I was never good at it. And for people that could picture something in their head that they've seen and be able to draw it, that's like a whole other skill level that I don't have. I've never had it. Oh, Florence on the business trip. All right. You love to picture the minds of Fandelver in your head. I wonder why I can't. Sorry, Brad. Sorry, and I brought up D&D. Does the tavern have Jameson? No, unfortunately, not the one in my head, Jeff. Now you can open up your own tavern, but the tavern that I picture in my head, they just have barrels of whatever it is, whatever the dwarven traders were selling. Maybe a couple different barrels of just ales or whatever, and that's it. It could be like the Gundren, the Rockseeker Brothers Dark Ale or whatever, The apple. All right, you were talking about the apple, Emily. Just can't help rubbing your face in it. I know. Were you super into that D&D campaign? I was having fun with it. I think it was too much D&D. Like, I still never fully recovered after that, even in my own campaign that I run. I went through a little bit of burnout. And still, even when I still play D&D like once a month, I'm not, because before, for the first couple of years, I'd be like really excited and thinking about it a lot and thinking of plot and stuff like that. I think part of the problem, though, is in the adventure I'm running now, and Nick will know what I'm talking about, and we are officially in dungeon crawl mode, Nick, in Princess of the Apocalypse. They're in the fire temple right now, which is, they're well made, and it's still fun, and I think, but there's not a lot of storytelling going on. I try to work some stuff in, because there's definitely like named NPCs that if you want to, you can give them some dimension. But mostly it's, you walk in the next room, now there's 12 monsters. You fight the monsters. You walk in the next room, 10 more monsters. You fight the monsters. Walk in the next room, 6 monsters. Oh, you try to talk to them? All right. You have a brief conversation, and then you fight them. Just fight the monsters. Yeah, that one, Nick. So they're all, I think they're level 9 now. And I think they're finally at that point now where it's probably, the rest of the adventure for them is probably going to be in the dungeon most of the time. So a lot of the coming and going and playing politics and doing all the stuff that has been going on, I think most of that's over. But there's still some opportunities for that. I got some developments going on. Yeah, no, that was we played last weekend, and they were definitely well, the one druid in my group is the Circle of Fire, so her fireballs that she was using to destroy everybody in earlier levels, not doing so much now. And yeah, if they're fighting enemies that are A, immune to fire, and B, can cast fireballs, I'm exploiting that. I mean, they would. If you're immune to fire and you can cast fireballs and there's a group of enemies around you, boom, 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 every chance you get. I think my group, the last time we played, they just survived 4 fireballs in a row over the course of 2 rounds. 4 fireballs. Fireballs, yeah, it's like you got to make sure to shower regularly and dry off sufficiently, or else you develop it's a fungal situation called fireballs. Yeah, just like, oh, boom, fireball. Boom. I didn't feel it. When did they get to the point where you're just like, well, I'm out, guys. Tough shit. When do they get to the point? What? So, yeah. And I just I went over our timeline because we've been playing that campaign for almost 4 years now. It's going to be 4 years this summer. On average, once a month. We're in our session, session 42. We're like over 40 sessions in. It's pretty crazy. All right. You're running Prince of the Apocalypse again for your Sunday group? They're in the Earth Temple and just fought the Medusa. The rogue got turned to stone. I never had them fight the Medusa, but they're still going to. But they're going to be much higher level, obviously, now. I had them meet the Medusa when they were woefully underleveled. But the whole point of the meeting was the Medusa knew they couldn't do crap to him, and so they knew he was sent. They knew that he knew that they were sent by their enemies, the Air Temple, and so they just brought them in to talk to them and be like, "Hey, you want to know some things about the Feathergales that they didn't tell you? Your good pals, the Feathergales, who are such great guys. Here's some information. Now you go leave here and do whatever you want. Maybe go ask them about it." Was the Medusa nice? Well, he was nice enough not to kill them, and he repeatedly told them, don't look at me. Like, he arranged them so they came in this room and they all turned away as he entered. Although he did taunt them a few times, and he's like, please feel, any one of you feel free to turn around and look at me at any point. I welcome it. They're in that room where it's full of like statues of people that looked at him and they're all like frozen. This room, this cavern filled with very lifelike statues of people that look like they're in like agonizing positions. They knew exactly what was going on. They're like, we're not looking. Medusa's only there. Yeah. Well, then they went to another temple and I think the rule is all the prophets are in their temples until one of them dies, until one of them gets killed. Then they go underground. So, but I've played with the formula a little bit. So, because when they got to the water temple, I had the druid's ranger sister, who'd been trying to track them down. and ended up getting ahead of them, high level ranger, had basically gone in and one man wiped out the water, like the water base, and took out their prophet, and then seized the prophet's weapon, not really understanding what was going on. And then the weapon, like, she bonded with it, and now she's the new prophet of the water temple. And so by the time they got to the water temple, they're like, why are they burning all these bodies? Like, what happened here? And some people came out and said, yeah, we have a new prophet. She wants to talk to you. She wants to make an arrangement with you. So that whole thing's going on. So I have had some fun making, like, letting stories like that sort of evolve. Because even the fact that the sister went there was only based on what would have appeared to be where she was most likely to find her sister. Based on what would have been like the rumors of where they were last seen and where they were heading. Because they're always like changing directions and changing their minds and going, they'd be like, we're going to go here. And then they end up, you know, maybe going there, but then ending up somewhere completely different afterwards. All right. How long have we been streaming? Hour and 12 minutes. Holy shit, you guys. It's time. It's time for some
45 seconds of gameplay.
a little bit of that. All right. So I'm just about to enter a new area. We're on this island that's all split up into different areas. And you can see there were these 3 areas. When I played last time, I just went to this very first area. These 2 areas were separate areas, but they're sort of like the same climate. This area up here was like, it reminded me of the Pacific Northwest. The theme was like forests, like pine forests and snow, cold. It was kind of neat. And now I came down here. There's 3 down here that are sort of more like a desert Mediterranean climate. And I just finished the first one. I'm heading off to the second one now. And we're going to solve some laser puzzles. My wife thinks it's funny that I describe this game as the game with the laser puzzles. All right. So let's get a little look around. It's a little bit dimmer. The first section was a lot brighter, and the water was this vibrant blue. It almost felt like a resort, like a tropical. Well, it was the blue water that made it so cool. So let's see. And I found. Oh wait, what's this thing open at? I know I'm going out of order, but I also like to look at what this guy's looking at. Because these things, these big statues are the secrets. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Alright. I guess we'll get to that later. Because oftentimes following his sprite involves solving puzzles that you haven't solved yet. So typically doing stuff in order tends to work out pretty nicely. Yeah, Jeff. So I streamed the VR version of the first game, and the whole premise of the first game is that you're in a simulation of like an artificial intelligence, and all the testing has been going on for centuries, and the whole idea is to develop a truly like self-aware conscious AI. And once you beat the game, it's considered that that's what's happened, and the simulation is destroyed, and everything is uploaded into this robot and released into the real world. And this story is 1,000 years after that, when the robots have essentially, like, they've made more robots, they've built their own society in the real world, and they're focused on like how to deal with. They consider themselves as the like human flesh and blood humans are their ancestors. Like they consider themselves alive. They consider themselves. They're like, yeah, we're not organic like they are, but we are like we are. They consider themselves related life forms. And so yeah, it's that's what you realize. In the first game, you're a robot in a simulation. And in this game, you're a robot, and this is in the real world. And you're trying to solve this mystery of the original founder, the person that came out from the first game into the real world for the first time, founded this city they call New Jerusalem. And hundreds of years ago, she vanished. Like, she abandoned them and took off. And no one knows where she went. And now they've realized, like, she came here and for some reason maybe built this place with all these puzzles. They're trying to figure out like what the deal is. There's all this sort of stuff going on too. There's a lot of story going around the puzzles. I mean, I think this is anti-grav, a little freaky deaky. I did a whole area with this where I basically spent a half hour being a little bit nauseous. All right, so look forward to that. I already just went a little bit like rip, just gonna be sideways now. All right. And each new area has like, most of them tend to have new mechanics or kind of gimmicks. So like, what is this? Anti-grav. Oh, okay. Oh my god. All right. Can I jump back down? Okay. Oh, space and space to disengage. That's good to know. Wait, what is this? Oh! I can create gravity beams. All right. All right, good deal. Oh, yeah, I love the music, and the settings in this are so vast and beautiful and varied. Like, I've loved every area that I've been in. So, what am I looking for here? These things here with the handprint, that's the objective for the maze. So it looks like I'm gonna need to find a way to make a blue laser hit that. That's a laser like receptacle. Here's a blue laser source. This, for the time being, I can just use as a weight to open this door. Okay. So there's a is that? I don't think that helps us. Move it over a little bit. Oh, can I end up? Okay, hold on. Let me see what happens if I jump up on that. Can I end up on that platform? Okay, no, it's coming. Oh, there's a thing up there. Okay, so there's a connector. Okay, yeah, there we go. Hold on. This thing is, I don't need this thing doing that right there. That's not helpful. All right. Roll sideways. Okay, so there is the laser source, and I need to connect it with that, and there we go. That should do the trick. Did I make you go cross-eyed, Ollie? Was it the going upside down sideways thing? Did that fuck you up? Alright.
If the language of creation is a kind of melody, maybe that's why we respond to music the way we do. Because we recognize something that can't be expressed in any other way. And when we play music, we participate in something ancient, in an act of creation.
All right. That's one of your you have you're on a mission to investigate this place, and you think it may unlock the secrets to the technology that, like, the city you're in is sort of falling apart and torn apart by controversy and like disagreement on how to proceed. And you've been sent along with a party of like 3 other robots, and they're specialists, and they all sort of have different perspectives on like the way that their society should go. And so there's a lot of thought about that. These things I found, these are like images from the founder, I think. That you get like the founder and her friend that's with her and her daughter. The founder made a daughter.
Come on, out with it. What's the problem?
I know you're very busy, but
Byron.
you need to pay more attention to what's happening. Everything's slowing down. People are losing track of the bigger picture.
They're still traumatized by New Alexandria.
It's more than that. When I organized the last expedition, I had real trouble finding volunteers. There's no enthusiasm for the outside world anymore. They want to look away from history, pretend there's no past and no future. I'm really worried, Athena.
Okay. I promise I'll look into it as soon as I'm done with this.
So that would have been before. That was the prophet is Athena. And that would have been before she left. Because Byron was one of the original... The first 10 robots that Athena animated were called the Founders. And Byron was one of them. But Byron didn't leave with her. So that would have been before she left. But already there's some stuff, some disagreement going on. The big split is after the founder left, their society almost became like a faction of fanatics, almost worshiping the founder. And the idea was they developed this almost religion about the goal, and the goal was to expand until they had 1,000 robots, 1,000 citizens, and then to stop, because the world before was destroyed because humanity didn't know when to stop expanding. And eventually they melted the polar ice caps and released this super virus that killed all human life on Earth. And that's how that ended up happening. And the humans created this program to after they died, to continue working to develop sentient artificial intelligence, which is what this race now is. But now there's this very dogmatic faction that's sort of in control that said once you hit 1,000 that you stop growing, you don't develop more technologies, you don't advance, you stay exactly where you are, and the person you're playing in this game is the 1,000th robot built. So you start the game coming online as the 1,000th robot. But meanwhile, like, the city's falling apart, and they think it's going to collapse if they don't find new power sources and new technologies or whatever. And then as soon as that happens, you get contacted by these mysterious forces from this island where all this crazy advanced technological shit and puzzles are. All right, spiderweb. I just gotta see where. So, like, you can't just hook this up any old place. Let's see where we're trying to get here. Alright, there's the objective. Somehow we need to make a blue laser hit this thing to open this door. And there's a blue laser source over here. And what does this do? This turns this fan on. There's a laser director over there. Okay, let's preemptively, we're gonna do this. We're gonna set this on here, but we're gonna turn that on over there. Then I'm gonna come up here. Not sure what this is doing for me. Not doing really anything for me. Any other places I can jump up onto, or? Huh. Oh, okay. Here, we're gonna do like this. And that way when I jump up here, I can get in that beam and get carried here. Oh my god, no, I'm upside down again. Okay. Oh, all right. It's a little bit, feeling a little cross-eyed now. But now what do I do? Can I have that thing suck that up remotely? All right, we're gonna want this thing to connect to both of those. Right now they can't. But maybe I can have that beam suck it up there, and if it does, it should have line of sight on the laser source and the laser target. There we go. Nice! Lasers. I tell Amanda I'm gonna go play my laser puzzle game. She thinks it's funny. Laser. I said today it's either haunted station wagon or laser puzzles. Hey, buddy.
Listening to Miranda talk about beauty made me think. Okay, this might be super weird and kind of pretentious, but I honestly mean it. What is beauty? Like, where does it exist? Is it just in our minds? Or is there some objective component, something quantifiable? I always thought it was just perception, but if I understand her correctly, Miranda sees beauty as a property of the universe itself.
All right, let's see. So I can say different options for what I think beauty is, including I have no idea. Beauty is an objective property that we can perceive. Or beauty exists solely in our minds, or beauty exists in the interaction between the self and the world. I'm going to say that. It takes two to tango. It's not all out there and it's not all in here. There's something that happens when the in here connects with the out there.
Interesting. So the more humans there are, the more we spread across the world, the more beauty there is. But then, doesn't it follow that it's our duty as a species to grow? To make the universe more beautiful?
Okay, so this is where you get the larger debate about whether our robotic species should continue to expand beyond 1,000. Reasons for and against. The reasons against is they don't want to destroy the world again, and they become very dogmatic about setting hard limits. The counterpoint is we can learn from the mistakes of the past and continue to expand, mindful of the possible consequences if we're careless. Which, you know. But then the question is, if they knew all that the first time, humanity knew that, and they still fucked it up. So it's like, that's where they're like, well, maybe we just take that, we take it out of our hands, we set a hard limit, and we just stick to it. And that's how we know we're not going to destroy the world again. So it's like, I could say, we must survive, yes, but not grow. Or, yes, imagine sentience spreading across the galaxy, and as it does, the cosmos coming alive with beauty. I've been more of the expansionist mindset and my side of the debate. I'm falling on that side of things. And throw them into the dumpster. All right, Brad.
That's a really powerful image. Beauty flowering in the universe as intelligence spreads. Thank you. I hope you're right.
I wanted to ask you about something else. Usually I've exhausted all the topics with each person, but I think in new areas they get new topics. Miranda said that the fundamental language of reality is a kind of music. Thoughts?
I think that's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. I hope it's true.
What kind of music do you like, by the way?
Okay, this may sound like a robot joke, but I love heavy metal, especially the more melodic kind. It's big, it's epic, it's full of emotion. You can really get lost in it. Actually, I named Bruce after Bruce Dickinson, the lead singer of Iron Maiden. They used to call him the air raid siren, which is also what my Bruce sounds like.
Bruce is his cat. All right, thanks. That's all. Thanks, Yaku. How's the volume? I don't have a good sense for if this is super loud or not for you guys. Because my headset's not turned up super loud. No, I really like all the robots in this. I really like. And they've all got different personalities and different, perspectives and positions in what's going on too. Upward migration. Every standard puzzle has like a title that sometimes gives you a hint to the solution. All right, so there's a reflector over there. Let's not be hasty. Here is another one of those gravity beam guns. A red laser source. Volume's fine. Good. Okay. Another beam, and there's a red laser receptacle or receiver, which will open this and allow me to get to that as the objective for this puzzle. So what I'm seeing needs to happen is puzzles. These things are gonna need to go up. Huh. So we're gonna need something with line of sight. So this thing needs to get up there somehow. Onto that magnetic panel, or that anti-grav panel. And then the other one is going to need to end up on that one somehow. Okay, I think I know how to accomplish that. How do we get that one over to there? This is gonna go across from there. Okay, I'm seeing it. And now they got a thing where if you pick it up, in the first game, if you picked up a thing, it lost its connections. But now you can right click, so you keep the connection, so when you set it back down, it still has it. Oh, I should have, oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we're gonna set this down here. And this one is going to need to connect to that one. And this guy, this is what we're going to need it to do eventually. And I think this one needs to come up over here. All right. And let's get this guy. So get that up there. And then if I take that, that should now be sucked up there. And then suck it across. All right, good. Do the same thing with this guy. Get that one. Suck to the other side. Here we go. Everything's connected up. And the beams connect, the doors open, the objective has been reached.
Good solve, 1K.
Thank you, Yakut. What was that? We got some sort of social media, battery issues. Sorry to be a grump, but what's going on with the battery tech? This is back at New Jerusalem. This is like social media. Different people chatting. What's going on with our battery tech? I had my battery replaced just a couple years ago, and it's already in constant need of recharging. I can't spend half my life in sleep mode. What is this really what we're coming to? One person response is exactly what we're coming to. Battery ingredients are rare. We can't scavenge further without building outposts. That's the mayor who's in charge. Herman shut down the mine project. What did everyone expect? This is one of the religious people who doesn't want to expand. You should learn to live with less. Sleep mode is a great time to meditate and think about our place in the universe. Do you really need to be active all the time? Another person says, let's not start a panic about a minor technical issue. Mistakes happen, Stolo. Please talk to Pellegrino or Neath about getting a replacement, which I'm sure will work a lot better. All right, so then there's someone just basically trying to de-escalate the situation. Gravity manipulation is just a little note about that. We've seen multiple cases of anti-gravity on the island. The potential industrial applications of this technology are staggering. So many of the challenges we face when trying to build involve gravity, moving things, lifting things, keeping things steady. One could say that a significant part of human history has just been a long struggle with gravity. With anti-gravity, all these processes would become simpler and safer. A victory for humankind, as Byron would undoubtedly say. Byron was the original expedition leader who's very much in favor of exploration and expansion and growth of humankind, which robots consider themselves human. So when they say humans at this point, they do mean themselves. They're not talking about the biological humans that went extinct. But Byron actually, we were in the major central hub of this place, and he was investigating something that, like a data archive thing, and it went crazy and overloaded him, and then it was like a trap, like he got trapped in there. So we're actually trying to, one of the things now is trying to figure out what the hell happened to him, if we can get him out. What? It says Barbara and her viewers just joined. Say hello. Look at that. Barbara Kink too. Oh my god, look at some greatest hits. YouTube Gaming's greatest hits walking. We had Chris Plays Games in here earlier too. Welcome guys, welcome. How are we doing tonight? I know probably Barbara, usually by the time you're done with your stream you need to get the heck out. It's late for you, but if you got a dip, I understand, but thanks for coming in. And hello, Twilight Louis. What is that? I was gonna say Luigi, but that's not it. Is that Lugia? I'm messing it up. But welcome, and thank you for joining on the Barbarian Reign. It is your bedtime. That's, yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Thank you so much, Barbara. It's good to see you. Appreciate it. I got it! Wait, which one? I said it 3 different ways, though. Lugia? 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 It wasn't Luigi, I know that. Lugia. It's Lugia? That last one? That... I guess you can't really, you just spell the name again. And you're like, yeah, it's pronounced this. It's like, yeah, I know, but I just pronounced it 8 different ways. Yeah, I'm admittedly not very familiar with the Pokemons. So yeah, we're just, I've been obsessed with the Talos principle for the last, what has it been, month and a half? Ever since I discovered the original Talos principle, what I call the laser puzzle game, I bought a VR version that I could play over Steam VR in my Quest 3, and I got totally addicted to playing it in VR. And once I beat it, they just released Talos Principle 2 a few months ago, after almost 10 years. So good timing for me that when I'm super in love with Talos Principle, they've only just recently created the sequel, which when I finished the first one happened to be on sale. So, boom, didn't miss a beat. OG is like gaming. Wait, no. Barbara's saying Lugia, or Lugia. Oh, okay. Lugia. Okay. But wait. Is that Lugia? G like gaming, Kink says. If I'm to trust Kink, it's Lugia. Which is true. That's one of the 8 ways. That's one of the 8 ways that I pronounced it. So technically I was right all along, except for all the times that I wasn't right. That's what life's all about. Being wrong until you're right. And hopefully that's where you end up. All right. So, well, this is pretty simple start. We have a laser receiver, a red laser receiver, and a red laser receptacle. And that will open up that force field door. You were right. All the others were practice guessing. Yeah, there you go. I like that. I've always liked you, Kink. There he goes. Once again, demonstrating your value. All right, so this type of wall is anti-grav, so prepare to watch me go a little cross-eyed. Okay, a little bit not normal anymore. So we've got a blue laser receiver. Laser puzzles. We've got another red laser receiver. There's the, oh my God, I'm getting such bad vertigo. Looking around here and then looking to the ground, which is actually over there. We need to get a laser reflector up here to get that laser source pointing at this. And then that's gonna, can I jump onto the, what? Whoa! Oh, whoops. Got a little, whoop, whoop. All right. So, yeah, this is a little, so we need to get the red laser up there to expose, whoop. Digital vertigo. It's a thing. Like, this game in VR would probably make me projectile mom. Right now I'm just looking at a flat screen. I don't know if I can handle this in VR. Okay, so we need to get this force field down to expose the blue laser. Or do we? Yeah, we do. Which will open this. Probably with the anti-grav, there's probably someplace else we can go once we get in there. We do have this, which I think I can just jump and get down there. Get off of this. And it's gonna be a little owie. Yep, little owie. So this should now keep this open without the need for that. Go ahead and establish this link as the connection. And I think I can just carry this up. Keep connections. You can't imagine doing this in VR. You'd lose my balance. Well, I do most of my VR I do sitting in a chair. Although there's certain games like Beat Saber is one of my favorite games. You definitely got to be standing up for that. But it's a lot easier to deal with stuff that might make you feel a little sick if you're sitting down. But still, VR is very immersive. I love VR. I got it for the Quest 2 for my birthday in 2022, and I wasn't even sure if I was going to like it. I ended up loving it. And then the Quest 3 came out right around my birthday this past year, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm getting it. All right. So now we get to see what's... Oh. So the answer is... But I can't... Beat Saber is a game that can be played sitting almost completely still. I couldn't imagine playing Beat Saber sitting down. So Beat Saber has been my primary mode of exercise. In January of last year, I started doing Beat Saber like at least 3 times a week for at least an hour each time. In the start, I was going too hard. I was going almost 3 hours a day, up to 5 to 6 days a week, and I actually started I think I was fucking up my shoulders. But over this past year, I've lost almost 40 pounds. It's been that, and I've been more physically active. I've also done regular walks and stuff like that. But yeah, Beat Saber for me has become it's a cardio. It's like my aerobic workout, and I'm totally into it. I learned how to mod it, so I've got 300 custom songs on my Beat Saber that I can play, and I totally love it. I did it Monday and Tuesday this week. I was too tired. Work's been brutal. But I'll still do it when I'm too tired. But as long as I'm sort of keeping up, getting my, so they say you're supposed to get 150 minutes, 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise per week. And that's sort of, I do usually a bit more than that, but I tend to go 60 to 90 minutes at a time, often closer to 90 minutes, and 3 to 4 times a week. So I tend to hit that target. As long as I feel like I'm on track to get that done, if I've gone a few days in a row, I'll let myself not do it. But it's been my main exercise. I've tried other VR games there's actually some that are dedicated workout where you have trainers and stuff, and I just couldn't get as much into it. I think it's something about being able to choose the music that resonates with me. And I've discovered so much new music this year because I've been reinvestigating music through Beat Saber. Because one of the things you do on these mod sites is you can download the songs, but you can sort them by most popular. So at one point, I did everything that was rated 9.0 out of 10 or 9.0 or above, and I just listened to snippets of all of them, and any one of them that sounded remotely good, even though I hadn't heard probably 90% of them, I'd be download. So I've discovered so much music this year that I'm totally into. And that's led to other things, because when I work, I use Amazon Music, but it's basically, it's a Prime, it's a premium music service. And so I've been listening to all this new music, and then it keeps suggesting, once a playlist is over, it'll just autoplay, things it thinks that I will like. And I've discovered a ton of new bands that way. I swear, one of the reasons I decided I need to get it's important to get in shape was I hit a milestone this past year. In November, I turned 50. So I was like, yeah, I need to... When I turned 40, I quit smoking. Coming up on 50, I'm like, I need to do something about the fact that I sit around and eat kind of garbage all the time and I don't exercise at all. I can't get away with that. I can't get away with that for much longer. So there was some incentive to changing things. But it's almost like I'm having a second golden age. I feel a little bit like I did back when I was in like college and stuff. Like listen to new music, being all into like new things, learning new things, exposing myself to new things. It's pretty sweet. Just Dance on Wii, or just YouTube is your ex. I've actually done YouTube like trainer videos quite a bit. In fact, there's have you heard of HasFit? It's someone I found, but they have a ton of views. They have these they have dynamic warm-up exercises, like stretching exercises, which I use sometimes before exercising. And then they have low back stretching and strengthening exercises. And I've had a history since I do a lot of work sitting down of having low back pain. And I've used the hell out of like videos for that. So yeah, I've got a playlist of videos from HasFit where like here's my low back routine that I do, and here's like my warm up and my cool down, all this other stuff. Okay, so still, this is pretty typical of me. Yeah, the game's on, but that's why I've got this. I got this thing to warn people sometimes if I'm about to actually play the game.
45 seconds of gameplay.
So I'll play for 45 seconds, and then something in the chat will distract me, and I'll talk for another half hour without engaging the game. I used to have a shortcut for that where I could just hit a key and make that go. I actually had to go on the other screen on OBS manually activate it because I think I lost that shortcut. I need to get that set up again. Alright. So somehow... Oh... Wait. Connections. So how am I gonna get this laser over to this thing while the only laser redirector I have is this one, and I need this to be shooting this red laser in order to open this up to access the blue laser. Am I missing something? What else? I could bring that block up here, although I'm not sure why. Not sure why I want to. You can't do multiple... I don't think you can do multiple at a time. I think they cancel each other out. Hold on, let me move it over a little bit. Nope. It just totally screws it up if I try and do that. Alright. Was there another way to open this up from inside? No. Huh. Now this is if anyone, I doubt anyone's played this. This is like most people have not played this game. I wouldn't want anyone who's played this game and knows the solutions to just be like, oh, now do this and now do that. But if anyone is sitting here scratching your head, looking at what I'm doing, also sort of trying to figure out the puzzles, if you have any ideas, you're all welcome to be like, hey, try this or try that. Even though sometimes the way that live stream chat works, that doesn't always that doesn't always translate well to real-time assistance, but you know. All right, so I can come all the way over here. All right, get off of here. Get off of it. There we go. So I don't need any other... Sometimes you can even route in lasers from other puzzles, but the puzzles are generally, they're self-contained. They are always self-contained. Sometimes there are larger puzzles that involve using lasers from multiple puzzles to solve, like meta puzzles. So clearly I don't need this anymore unless it's I want to walk out. So maybe I can make use of this somehow. So there's the receiver I need. Huh. See, this is one of those things where playing a game like this, I get stumped sometimes when I'm just playing on my own, but it's easier to get stumped when you're playing this and streaming with live chat. It can be a little harder to focus, but like how many times I've streamed, when I was streaming the first one, I was totally stuck. And then like the next night I played again and everything clicked. What's with the purple door on the wall? This is just, you can pass through this, but you can't carry anything through it. So that... And really the reason this was an obstacle is because this block was originally in here. And the puzzle element was, you know, to get the block out and then just get off of the... get off of that and then carry it, you know, back here to open this door. So that's what that was for. I'm not sure now if there's another use for the puzzle. Can I set this on? Okay, I can. Not that this is necessarily helpful, but... Yeah, this is the sort of game, too, where if you're really stuck and it's the point where you're getting frustrated, sometimes you just got to move on to the next one, and you come back later. There's still a few of the... I did all the main puzzles from the first game, but there's still a few, like, of the bonus puzzles, which are super extra hard, that I never solved. And I'm just like, I had to make peace with that. This game has a few more things up their sleeve to help you, like, not have to pass every puzzle and you can still win the game. No, they can't open, like, if I set this here, I think it just kicks it out of the way. So if I, yeah, just, no. And it's like right in the center. It just ends up on one side or the other. But doing something with this block might end up being the key. Now this is a blue receiver. Is there any other, am I missing anything? There was not an anti-grav. There's devices you can use to create like anti-grav beams on those walls, but I don't think there was one in this puzzle. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything out here. And this is a thing, I can spend some of these special currency, bonus currency that I've earned in other locations. I can spend those here to basically make this puzzle be solved, but I don't want to do that. I mean, I haven't had to use any of them yet, and what I would like to do is I would like to eventually have this game finished where I've been able to solve every puzzle myself without having to use the I give up button. All right. So what? And here's the thing that usually happens too, is usually when I eventually find out what the solution is, it's something that I like should have been obvious. I'll be like, oh man, I just wasn't thinking right, but it was right there the whole time. The solution was right there. Once it clicks, it's relatively simple, but sometimes it can be really hard to get to that point where it clicks. And it almost always makes you feel like, yeah, I just need one more of those. I need a second one. And you realize there isn't a second one. And now you've got to figure out, like, okay, so how do I make this work without a second one? Now, obviously, I cannot bring that laser pointer down here and connect to that blue source. Is there a place? Let me get back in there. So when you're up on the wall, some of the walls are floors. You can use the block of the floors to get line of sight over the walls. I mean, it was just this grid stuff is the stuff you can stand on. And so that's sort of the idea, is like, is there some place that I can walk to that I'm not thinking of where I could get line of sight on both that laser receiver and this laser source? And the thing that's tripping me out is, like, I feel like this needs to be receiving red laser in order to solve the puzzle. But this thing cannot pull double duty. You can't have it handling both. So sometimes what'll happen is when you unlock it, you get in here, and then there's something you can do in here to free that up. But I'm not seeing. Like, if I bring the block in here, there's nothing I can do with the block. Or speaking of block. And I don't think there's anything else. Oh, hold on. Oh, well, hold on. Okay. Now, maybe I didn't need this thing. We want that to connect with that. And I keep forgetting this is like, I can jump onto this. And there's some place I can set this up. Here we go. There we go. All right. That's, oh, shit. Whoops. And I fell. So, now there's the example of the solution. If you're able to really wrap your head around what's happening in this place, this solution was not rocket science. It was just my brain was not registering that I could get up on there because that wall jives with natural gravity to create a surface that I can walk on. All right. So, oh, here we go. This is it. This is where this is it. All I needed is the objective. Nice. So here in this case, what clicked for me
I've known Byron since day one. I was the first to be born with upgrades from the original Soma design, and he was the first to volunteer to upgrade his existing body.
Yeah, he was a big supporter of upgrades. Deliberate evolution, he called it.
Athena and Cornelius were very kind to me. And so was Byron, but he also made fun of me. And oddly enough, that made me feel more like an equal than anything the others said.
So there is a story. I'm not going to get all into it right now, but there is like a lot of characters and story going on here. But what made it click for me is I was like, okay, when I was in here, there's nothing I could do here, but when I was in here, I remember, oh yeah, the way I initially got out of here, I got the block and I jumped onto this thing. And then I was like, oh wait, can I do the same thing over there? And then all of a sudden, I wasn't looking at this as a surface I could do anything with. And all of a sudden I was, and I realized, oh, this can get line of sight really easily. And you said, never mind, your solution was overly complicated. I spend half my time in this game devising overly complicated solutions. Or just being like, is there a way that I can get this laser thing over there? I don't even know why I want to get it over there, but if I get it over to the other side of this thing or whatever, then I'll figure out, maybe I'll be able to figure out the next step. And I'll do everything I can, and I won't even necessarily know that what I'm doing is the next step. And sometimes it isn't. And then something else will click and I'll go, oh God, it was right. And usually it's like, it was right in front of me. Does that mean some parts of the puzzle are distractions and have no use? Well, like this did have a use. Sometimes you end up needing to reuse everything. Like once it's done being used for that, to use it for something else. But yeah, like in this case, this didn't have there was nothing else that I needed this for, right? But it could have been. Some puzzles are like, yeah, now that that's done, you don't need it to open that door anymore because you got everything in here. Now you got to find something else to use this for. And so that's one of the things I was doing is like, is there something I could use this for here? So usually you'll end up using, almost always, you'll end up using everything that's in a puzzle for something. But you may not always use it. Like by the end, there may be things that you're done using that you don't need anymore. But there may be things that you use for one thing that now you need to use it for something else, right? There's a lot of that. I came up with a term for something I saw, like a certain type of thing that I saw where you use one thing and another thing to get forward, and then you grab the first thing and bring it back to the other thing, and then you can go forward. I call it leapfrogging, where it's like you do this, now you do this, or inchworming along, and you're able to do it. Like these two things can work with each other just to slowly move yourself forward. And that's the thing too, is certain like I've gotten really far in the game and realized like, oh, I can do this little trick I just figured out. And then I'll realize 5 puzzles that I couldn't solve last week can be solved using that technique that I just figured out right now. So all right, we're gonna go on to number 5. Now, I'm going to take a detour because I got to see what's down. They reward you for exploration a lot of the time. So it's like, what's down this valley? It could be just... Nah, it doesn't look like anything obvious. But they do reward you for that kind of exploration. Like, what's up here? Have I been up here? I think maybe I have been up here. Or have I? Did I solve this one? No, okay. These golden doors, if you solve like some of the extra region-wide puzzles, you get these stars, and each time you get these special lights, it adds another, it fills in another one of these. So this is like a longer range. Once I fill all these in, there are golden doors all over this world in every region that I will be able to access. There's going to be like a whole new area of puzzles. Now this guy, he's pointing at something over here. Let's follow his line of sight. Alright, hold on. This is echoes of past times, usually involving the founder who vanished centuries ago and that you think built this place.
Today, for the first time, I synthesized life. It was just a unicellular cyanobacterium, but the sheer complexity of even such a simple organism is breathtaking. Creating it from pure energy, I was filled with a sense of awe and majesty. A sense that what I was doing was sacred. It made me think about the enormous power of life. 2.5 billion years ago, these simple beings terraformed the entire planet, creating the oxygen that underlies the Earth's incredible biodiversity, wiping out thousands of other species, but making the future possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy sort of like scientific philosophical discussion going on around these games and like why the puzzles are here and that sort of thing, which it's too much to summarize quickly right now, but I see what I'm looking for. This is part of one of the region-wide puzzles. That's why I haven't let myself be distracted. And I gotta remember, Lost Lab, right here. I'll be back. I'll be back for that. I don't want to be distracted. I don't want to lose focus. One of these puzzles is finding the sprite and following it back to that statue structure. And this is his sprite that he was pointing at from across the region map here. These are always kind of fun to start playing this groove and music. Not every region has this exact puzzle, but I've done... And I know I'll be able to see that lab naturally. Uh-oh. So in order to touch that thing now, I'm going to need to get up to those panels. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. Ah! Now where are you going? Gotta get up there. This reminds me of the soundtrack from a game from the early 90s called, or late 80s called Space Harrier. You guys, it's a Sega. It was a Sega game in the arcades, and it was on the original Sega Master System. Oh yeah, there's a little element of like Animus. And some of the architecture and stuff here is a lot like that. Like the places where he's inside the Animus when he's between historical adventures. Wow, this one's going on for a while. Uh-oh. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Okay, it just popped through the other side. Oh, I was up on this rock earlier. Thinking, what's this rock here? Clearly it's supposed to be jumped on. Alright. Oh, you son of a bitch. Of course you'd go way up there. Alright. Okay. I'm probably going to lose the music. It's going to have considered me to have lost it, but that's okay. I'm just taking a long way around. It's probably waiting for me up here. There it is. Alright, music, cue music. Let's continue the chase. There we go. Where are you going? Oh, it's returning. And I think this is one of those things that allows you to unlock the puzzles.
You must yearn for a better world. Yearn for it with such intensity that your heart suffers. Keep your eyes on that distant vision even when you know that you may never reach it.
I like that Prometheus guy. Prometheus, the founder, we believe, set this place up as a test for the new society, because she knew we were dealing with this question of not wanting to expand so much, because originally humanity expanded until they destroyed itself, and they just, as a Hail Mary, that they were able to continue humanity in a digital form by creating the project that gave rise to the robotic successors of humankind. And now the big debate is whether they should continue to expand or just stop and set a hard limit on all development so that they don't repeat the mistakes of the past and basically destroy the planet or destroy life again. This place, I think, has been set up as a test to help us answer that question. And the two main forces are Prometheus up there, who was the ancient Greek god or Titan, who stole fire, or the fire of knowledge, from the gods and brought it to mankind, and then he was punished by the other gods for that. He's encouraging expansion, growth, optimism moving forward, and his opposing force is Pandora, as in Pandora's box. And the story of Pandora's box is releasing the contents of the box. Once it's out, you can't put it back in again, and it can have terrible consequences. And so that's the counter argument to expansion and technological growth, is certain things like the atomic bomb or whatever it is. Once you've opened that box, you can't put it back once the thing is out there. So it's this struggle between those two sensibilities. And our whole society, the robot society, is struggling between those two extremes. So that's sort of like the theme. I said I wasn't going to get into the theme of the game, but then I did. I spent 5 minutes talking about it. All right, now we're just going to... Wait, I did pass by some other stuff on the way over here, didn't I? I think I saw... that must have been further on. I saw the ghost image. There was also the lab. You hope at the end I kill God like it's a JRPG? Somehow I doubt it. Alright, we're going to take this in order. So, there's another puzzle. Number 6 is down there. I think that's also where, like, the lab and one of the other, like, phantom recordings is down there. So we're just going to take on the next puzzle. Number 5. It's got a title, Recycling. Sometimes the title gives you a hint as to the solution. We got this, which was something's on it. Turns that fan on, which would blow, presumably, whatever stands on that here over the wall. But I can't do that because if I'm standing on this, I can't also be standing on this. So we've got a blue laser source that is going to need to be go to that blue laser receiver. All right, we got a anti-grav wall here. Let's go ahead and grab this guy. Okay, still got a little bit. Getting a little bit sick looking at that. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. I can put this on the pressure plate so that I can get launched over the wall by this fan. Boom. All right. Okay, put this on here. What was the laser source? Laser source is there. So this is going to need to get outside. And I think that magnetic block up there is where that's going to need to end up. So I'm going to preemptively set up this thing sets up anti-grav beams on those anti-grav walls, create a gravity beam. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. No. First, we need to use this to get back over. Yes? Okay. Then, we want to set up so that it will connect these. Right now, there's no line of sight because of the bars. But we'll set that right here. And when we get the anti-grav beam set up, it should suck that up there, stick it to the roof, and then that thing should have line of sight on both the source and the receiver for the blue guy. So let's get that. Should do the trick. There we go. That. Oh, hold on. Now I got one more thing. Uh-oh. All right. So, all right, now I need to get something through here to put onto this thing. But I can't remove this to use it as a paperweight. So I'm gonna need something else. Did I prematurely put that guy up there? I wonder. You second, Brad? Whoop. Although here, I'm gonna show you guys the trailer from the first. I put together a trailer for this, and the end of the first game is the destruction of the world that's been set up as like this god creature running it. And let me see if I got that video still.
So be it. Let your will be done.
Hold on. Not really, thanks. I want to turn this down for a second. Audio, background audio. I could have sworn I had a
So be it. Let your will be done.
This is you entering the ascend command from inside the simulation that was Talos Principle 1. There we go. Sorry for the detour, but you know.
45 seconds of gameplay.
No, there's no time for Torn right now. We got puzzle solving to do. Once I'm done playing 5-minute videos to explain the background, we got puzzle solving to do. You're all out of faith? That's how you feel, Brad? I'm sorry to hear that. Are you alone and afraid, Brad? What do you say? So how do I get one more... Wait a minute. Nope, that's not gonna help. All these feelings and more, and you're not going to believe where and how I'm experiencing those feelings. Yeah, I don't know where this is all going, Brad. All right. Oh yeah, I was gonna be like, sometimes you can actually take the fans off of these things and use them as pressure plate weights, but not here. I need to get in here. I need one more thing to put down. How can I free up one of the other things that I'm using? Clearly, that has to be there to keep this open. There's no way for that not to be the case. Something has to be here to keep this, or does it? Is there another way for me to get over here? Antigrav. I don't see that there's another... I don't see that there's another way to make use of the antigrav to get into this area without passing through that, without being projected over from that. Is there any way that I could use that? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. All right. We can use this first. We're going to keep our connections. We're going to set this here. We're going to use this to come over here. I guess we can save that. Then we are going to move that over there by... There we go. Shooting that. That'll get that stuck there. And then use it again here to get it back up there. There we go. So we did have to use that thing for something else before it could end up at its final destination there. Now we can bring the block through here. Boom. All right, got it. Inspiring victory music. All right, where was that? Okay. Just gonna poke my head around the back and make sure there's not something back here. There's a lot of real estate in this region that doesn't seem associated with the main puzzle path. You said I'm getting too good at this game? You're here for the stumble and clueless around? What happened to... aren't I still doing that though, Brown? I do, but it clicked, right? But I still spent some time going, scratching my head, going, what the F am I doing here? All right, so these things give you usually text, sometimes audio files. See anything over here I should be looking at? No. So I think this was the thing to be found over here. Let's see what we got. It's an audio file. Okay. We'll listen to this on the way back.
On my last return to New Jerusalem, I perused the latest artistic offerings and found myself deeply disappointed. There is nothing more despicable to me than an artist who pursues the appearance of morality. Moral art is trash, garbage, not even good enough to be used as wallpaper. If art is a religion, then morality is for those who want to be seen in church. True art is for those who believe. Art must be ecstatic, a work of revelation, created in pursuit of the truth, no matter where it leads. An artist must be an agent of chaos in times of order, and an agent of order in times of chaos.
I don't know. I think part of the thing is that guy just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. I do believe that some philosophizing is empty philosophizing, and that might have been an example of that. I don't know. All right, here's some text files. How It Was Before by J.J. Nakemble. Some of these are. I think this would have been a Flesh and Blood human before the end. Let's see. It's from his novel To Antarctica, Moments of Transition and Revelation. My great-grandmother lived to be 108 years old, retaining her sharpness of mind to her last day. A couple of months before she died, I interviewed her for my podcast. At the end, I asked her the same question I asked every guest. What is something you wish everyone understood? She thought for a while, and then she said, how it was before. She tried to explain how much time she spent every single day on utterly mind-numbing activities, like hauling water from the well, and how radically everything changed when their area was finally connected to the electrical grid. Before, there was no time to live, she said. No time to be free, only work, work, work. I countered by saying that there didn't seem to be much time to live now either, but she laughed derisively. I had no idea what work really meant, she said. Young people were weak and feckless, and that's why we let corporations exploit us. You listening, Brad? Slightly unnerved by her harshness, I asked if she missed anything about that time. There's some corruption here. Corruption, old photos, corruption. Our village seemed idyllic to me, but my grandmother quashed any romantic notions I might have had. The past is bad, she said with some finality. Let it be. And now there's commentary from Miranda and Athena. Athena is the founder. I showed that clip of the first robot coming out from the simulation into the real world, the first artificial intelligence to be considered sentient. That's Athena. This is like 1,000 years later has passed. And she apparently came here and she created a daughter, Miranda. Miranda's her daughter, who's learning from Athena. So they'll go over like a reading like this and then have a commentary about it. So after what I just read, Miranda said, so many thousands of generations of suffering. Even a single life full of tragedy seems outrageous and unacceptable to me. And her mother, Athena. That's why we have to make it have meaning. Right? Return to monk. Eustathius. I think Eustathius is No, where it says number 2, it's a book of annotated internet comments by Eustachius 2. The 2 means this was the second robot created in the society. They all have a number up to 1,000. I'm number 1,000, which was supposed to be the end. The goal was to reach 1,000 and then stop expanding. So this would have been the very first robot that the founder brought to life after entering the real world. And I think this robot became an archivist of the past human culture. So this is a book of annotated internet comments that he put together. I just think people are dumb, like relentlessly blank stupid, probably effing, absolute effing morons. Human history is a effing clown show from beginning to end. The average person, just a slobbering buffoon, bumbling through life like a drunk gorilla in an effing china shop, breaking stuff left and right, throwing shit at the walls, blank at the walls, and never understanding a single effing thing that happens. There's a little bit of corruption. I mean, look at this blank software, putting asterisk where swear words should be. People are afraid of blank words like they have magic powers. But the real word blank, that is blank, ruining their lives. But the real world, I think it's the real world shit that is fucking ruining their lives, that's fine. Because they're too blank dumb to do something about it. Return to monk? Brother, we never effing left. The annotation, a curious inversion. The return to the mythical state of monk is usually portrayed as a material return to earlier stages of development. But here, the author instead portrays it as a mental state that has never been surmounted. We have Miranda, the founder's daughter. I would like to meet Eustathius one day. He sounds like someone who is always curious about everything. The response, presumably the mother, is failed to load comment. So we don't know how the mother responded to Miranda. Founding 8. Hypathia's Journal number 8, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. So this is the first 10 founders that built this city after, this one kept a journal of it. So this is day 421 of the founding of New Jerusalem. The first new human arrived today. Calls itself Arcady, after Chernets. That's one of the humans that set up the original project that was responsible for the archives that helped bring them to life. Spirits are still dampened by the loss of Emo, but everyone is making an effort. I feel a little sorry for him. He's still so curious, jumping at shadows and staring up at the sky at night. This is the first robot that they created. The first 10 were already existent, and they just needed to be sort of animated or put stuff into, like existing stuff into. The rest, they had to manufacture. And so they're talking about this first new one that they've created. He's still so curious, jumping at shadows, staring up at the night sky. Just like I used to do. And here we are, a bunch of grouchy old humans that have seen it all and are weary and tired and sad. I wonder what he makes of it all. They'd recently lost one of their original companions that had a construction accident and fell from a great height and was destroyed and could not be restored. And so they've experienced their first encounter with mortality. But be that as it may, we're making good progress on the new living area, although Arcady will have to use Emo's old quarters for the next few weeks. Okay. Alright, so probably more meaningful for me, someone's been following along with the overall story arc for several weeks now. Okay, something's over here. What is this? Hey, it's an old art relic. It's an arcade machine. Refreshing interface. Let's see what it just get me. An electronic game. Devices such as this one were commonly used to play games in public fora. This particular unit allowed users to play Serious Sam, a well-regarded but less-known follow-up to Crow Team's hugely popular Football Glory series. I think Serious Sam is actually this development studio made Serious Sam before they made this game. I've seen a couple rando references to Serious Sam. Alright, we're gonna head back to puzzle number 6. Which, if you're familiar with Serious Sam, it's pretty stark contrast, the thoughtfulness of this game compared to Serious Sam, which is basically like a meathead action hero, big dick swinging game. Alright. Other side. Okay, so we got 2 devices here. This is actually, the driller will open holes in very select, so these copper areas. You can't, I don't think you can walk through these holes. But you can set other things through them. So like this, I could set that in there. At the moment, I don't know how that helps me. I'm gonna use this instead to open this, and all right, now I see I think I see what we need to do. At least for starters, we set this thing on here, open up that hole over there, and then we set this over here so that we can access it from the other side. Is there any way to hit that? No. Because this beam will not let you carry objects through. So the only way we could have gotten this through was to open up this beam over here. So what all we got going on? Okay, so we need 2 pressure plate objects to access the objective. And what do we have here? This opens that. Okay. Why do we want... Okay, are there magnetic panels? This is a grab shifter gun, which can only be used on magnetic or anti-grav walls or ceilings. Okay, here is an anti-grav wall or ceiling. Okay. Hold on. Can this thing suck me through there? This can suck me through. I know that sounds naughty. Try eating the arcade machine, maybe when I pop back out. All right, so there we've just discovered that this combination of mechanisms will allow me to go through that hole. Why would I want to, though? What end? Okay. Now, obviously, at this point, there are only 2 objects on this level. This thing and that thing. There's nothing else. And so I'm obviously going to need both of them. On this side of the purple force field. The problem is... something needs to be on here. Or this needs to be there in order to do this. So that has to be there. This has to be... All right, hold on. Can I do this and get sucked in with it? Oh, yeah, baby. Alright, get off of this thing. Alright, I don't even exactly understand what the hell I just did, but it worked. Nice. Alright. Just realized I'm in bare feet. My feet are all cold. Put my slippers on. Okay, so there's number 7. But I know I saw stuff over here. This is where the hidden lab was, and one of my friends was there. So I think we're gonna check out that hidden lab now. And I think that's a bonus puzzle. There's always 8 numbered puzzles in each region, and there are 2 additional like hidden or bonus puzzles that are usually a little bit off the grid, like that one. A little off the beaten path. Where was that, where was the lab? I thought it was right over here. I thought it was on the way to that thing. Did I run by it? Oh, here it is. Alright.
There you are. Good.
Oh, what's happening?
Inside this lab, there's a machine. As usual, I have no idea what it is. Some sort of generator, if I had to guess. When Byron got stuck in the system, it went haywire. It's currently outputting enough energy to power all of New Jerusalem twice. As you can imagine, that's causing quite a bit of interference.
So what do I do?
You go in there and you switch it off. Shouldn't be hard.
Alright. Considering power is one of the problems that New Jerusalem is facing, are power outages. The fact that this place has such a fast power, you know, solve a lot of problems and figure out how to use it. Okay, yeah, things are going a little bit nutso in here. Alright, there's a thing for me to touch. Looks very questionable. I think I probably just have to go down there and touch it, though. Is there anything I can do that doesn't involve touching the electricity? What is this? Okay, this is just a scale model for something. Something that generates sports fields? Alright, this is probably going to be relevant to something I'm going to discover shortly. Alright, I'm just going to bite the bullet and see what happens if I try and touch it. So I'm a little scared. Error. Cannot access energy flow manager. And then a bunch of garbage. Cannot load profile settings. And a bunch of garbage. Cannot initiate automatic shutdown. That doesn't sound good. And a bunch of garbage. Connection lost. Alright, guess that's what happens when the other things go wrong. Alright, let's see. Emergency shutdown actually has a non-corrupted message. It's not an error. No master warning. Output max parameter exceeds safety protocols. Error, cannot adjust output max to correct setting. Access denied. Automatic shutdown has been disabled by user, and then there's corruption. Yeah, it's so I have the option to initiate emergency shutdown or identify user, whatever. Let's see first. I'm going to see if it'll identify the user. Error, unknown user. And a bunch of gobbledygook. Okay, initiate emergency shutdown. Initiating emergency shutdown. Access denied. Gobbledygook, gobbledygook. Unknown script ATHN. Probably Athena. Founder. Unknown script Ethan detected. Load. Yes. Anthropology. A text adventure. Oh boy, here we go. You're gonna make me play. They have these in the expansion of the first game, Road to Gehenna, a lot of the computer terminals, like these were AI or artificial people in the simulation that the god of the simulation had banished to a special area because they defied him or displeased him in some way. And so they took to have like being creative and having different creative endeavors, and it all ended up being in text, but one made like a virtual text museum where they did art, and a lot of them did short stories and text adventures, like choose your own adventures. So Arthropogeny, a text adventure. Let's play. Let's see. You wake up in an impossible place, knowing nothing. I'll look around. I can look around, go back to sleep, or scream. I'm going to look around. You seem to be in a labyrinth of ancient, crumbling walls. Beneath you is an altar of some kind, as if you were a sacrifice. The sky above you is a perfect cobalt blue, and you're startled by its beauty. Can examine the altar, examine yourself, or reach for the sky. Examine myself. That's pretty deep. You find that though you are shaped like a human being and feel that your soul belongs to that storied people, you are made of bronze. You are a beautiful machine, crafted with love and care, and imbued with the power to choose. And then it says you have gained knowledge, the self. So it was like a game notification. You gained knowledge, the self. The cold wind blows through the ruins, and you know without knowing how. And you know without knowing how that it is the wind from the kingdom of Artemis. Oh, you know without knowing how that it is the. Okay, I was not getting. You know without knowing how that it is the wind from the kingdom of Artemis. It is the wind that brings with it whispers of mountains glimpsed across the stormy sea and deep forests wreathed in fog, and the long forgotten cities of your ancestors. Explore the labyrinth. You set out into the ruins, apprehensive but curious. There's a strange kind of beauty here. The beauty of decay. You must be careful not to imbibe too much of it. Suddenly, an echoing voice speaks to you. Emergency shutdown settings. Access denies, it intones. Error 1C55385. And then my two options are and this corruptible 2 must be put on incorruption, or the sting of death is sin. This corruption must be put on incorruption, or the sting of death. If one of these have some sort of a meaning, I'm gonna say something about the incorruption. I don't know what that means. A bunch of numbers towards them. Leaving the lost children Hephaestus behind you, you step out onto a vast plain under a setting sun. Night is falling now, and you can see the lights of distant fires on the slopes of Olympus, but you are not ready to ascend. Once you have found all 3 sigils, the path to the divine flame be open. Only once. Okay. A path leads to the south, to the buried city. Another to the north, to the garden of Hesperides. I'll go to the garden. Sounds nice. I'm a little hungry too. Maybe they got some veggies. Your journey is interrupted by a frightful burned figure standing alone in the sands of the desert. Access denied, it screams. Error 1C155358. A frightful burned figure. Fight or flee? I'm gonna flee. I'm gonna be pacifist. Warning, output max parameter exceeds safety. Protocol 2C settings. Error, cannot adjust output max to correct settings. Access denied. The nymphs lead you to a place where the crowns of brass trees seem to grow together, forming a kind of chamber strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grows a smaller tree made of bright blue steel, and upon this tree grows a single golden apple. Oh lord, it's the tree of knowledge, isn't it? Ask the nymphs about the apple. I can ask the nymphs about the apple, ask the nymphs about their father, or take the apple, or ask about emergency shutdown. I'm gonna play along first. Let's see. I'm gonna ask the nymphs about the apple. The apple, they say in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes, and not a few villains, have come to claim it, but all faltered in the final step. For you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom, its unending folly. Would you take this burden? Or who would take this burden upon themselves? I could beg them to let me have the apple, punch a nymph. I could 5358, a corrupt answer of some kind. Explain the world needs you to succeed. Knowledge world. I guess that's like a skill check. Say that you were strong enough to bear it. Knowledge self is the skill, or offer to trade part of yourself for the apple. Knowledge sacrifice. Well, earlier I made that decision and it said that I gained knowledge self, which makes me think that if there's going to be a skill check based on something that I'm skilled in, knowledge self is where I have the advantage. So I say I'm strong enough to bear it. You speak wisely of yourself, and you are right, the nymphs say. But do not forget that you are human, and others must bear this burden with you. You have gained a sigil. Okay, journey to the buried city. The buried city lies to the south. It was once a place of great wisdom. The philosophers of old strolled on its walkways, debating the nature, virtue, and the soul. Now the sands of the desert have claimed its streets, and its famed temple upon a hill is slowly eroding. I'm going to search the ruins. Is there? Should I call out? I'll call out before I go in. That's something you can do before you go in. A copper fox comes scurrying from the ruins. Its eyes are rubies, and a flame seems to flicker deep within them. How may I help you? The fox says. Its voice ancient and wild. Yeah, it sounds wild. Ask for a sigil. Ask to learn more about the buried city, or ask about emergency shutdown. Now let's keep things civil here. Let's ask more about the buried city. They say that the city fell because its citizens were sinners, and so were struck down by Zeus. This seems unlikely to me, for Zeus does not believe in sin. Seems like it's Sodom and Gomorrah mixed with Greek mythology, a little fusion there. Ask for a sigil. The fox smiles, its alabaster teeth sharp and gleaming. You are supposed to earn the sigils. Let's see, I can say that I deserve them, say that your quest matters, or say that nothing is really earned or deserved. Knowledge world. I don't think I've done anything to get knowledge world. I'm going to say my quest matters. It does, the fox says, but only because you choose to believe so. There is great power in that belief. You have gained a sigil. All right, I'm going to journey to Olympus. Hey, maybe Brad and Maria will get to kill a god in this text adventure. Suddenly, the voice of the Sphinx, and then a whole bunch of corruption. Her golden wings, her shadow cast. more corruption, and then the only option I have to continue is initiate emergency shutdown. No, you must not do this, Pandora commands you. I have stopped you for a reason. If you complete your quest and ascend Olympus, everything will burn. Alright, so this is Pandora actually is the person who's trapped our friend and has screwed up this whole system to stop us from proceeding. There's error, retry, point out that Pandora is destabilizing the whole system. Yeah, I'll say that. I don't know if she's open to other perspectives, but Pandora hesitates. Then she sighs. You speak the truth, creature of clay. Even I cannot use the flame wisely. Oh. It says emergency shutdown done? Access granted, emergency shutdown done. Oh, I said something and she's like, yeah, you're right. Oh, okay. I didn't even have...
The flame is not yours to wield, creature of clay. Touch it, and you will burn.
It's Pandora concluding the conversation. There, I think that was it. I don't think there's anything else for me to interact with in here. I'm assuming I just solved something by doing that. Let me head outside and see if anyone's got anything new to report. And make sure there's nothing up here. I already looked down both of these side things. Oh, this door is opening now. That's new. Okay. That door did not open before. Alright, here's the thing for me to touch. Alright, archive messages from Thekla. Okay, so this is... Some of these terminals have messages sent from the city to the founder after the founder vanished. And this particular person is someone I've encountered who's very dogmatic and regards the founder like a prophet or a religious figure. From Thekla to Athena. Beloved founder, Mayor Hermanubis has done much to bring your vision to life. We have almost reached the goal. Sadly, there are still those who refuse to believe. They want to spread their filth across this world, defile all that is beautiful, and that we are meant to protect. Corruption. Hope that when we fulfill the goal, you will return and change their hearts, or cast them out if there is no other way. Praise something. Thekla. I'm the 1000th, which was the goal. That's the goal they're referring to. They're supposed to, once the 1000th robot or human robot was created, their religious belief was that they're commanded to stop expanding or growing. Which the founder, I don't believe, ever commanded them to do. This is like after the fact, this sect rose up, this prominent sect, that are now attributing that commandment to her. It's probably one of the reasons she left in the first place. You ever see The Life of Brian? Or it's a little bit like that. I'm not a god. Just leave me alone. Noma Project. Breakthrough. Quadruple the size of the primary site device. I think that's this whole project here is what they refer to that as. This is authored by Athena. And there's a lot of corruption. Energy output exceeds expectations. Something contained singularity. That's all right. It's a black hole. Trials must revise safety protocols. Something halting main device setting. Halting main device test until corruption. Let's see. Name Byron. Author failed to load. From the Lives of the First Companions by Randolph 777. 777 is the 777th human robot built out of the 1000. Byron from the very beginning was most similar to Athena and Cornelius. His enthusiasm and wit did much to keep the people from losing hope. during the challenging days when New Jerusalem was still young. Where others saw failure and defeat, Byron saw obstacles that could always be overcome through intelligence and hard work. He fervently studied the teachings of the progenitor. The progenitor is the lead developer of the project that set up the simulations of Talos Principle 1 that fostered this new form of basically self-aware life. They call her the progenitor. Let's see. He fervently studied the teachings of the progenitor and often regaled his friends with fantastical stories of what the world could one day become. When the contact between Atreus, 25, and Sancthuniathon, 26, turned violent, the first such incident in the history of New Jerusalem, and still at the time of writing, one of the very few such cases, it was Byron who intervened, counseling restraint and forgiveness. He was unwilling to fully blame either side for what happened, instead emphasizing the extreme stress both parties had been under. Irrational behavior is frequently the result of a perceived lack of viable options, he argued before the assembled citizens. While both Atreides and Sancthuniathon clearly behaved incorrectly, the ultimate source of the problem is the situation we placed them in, of having to do too much with too few resources. The escalation of the conflict occurred because both were doing their best to achieve their goals. That's not terribly fair, pitting them against each other like that, is it? That said, I do suggest we acknowledge that they are both hot-headed idiots and make them apologize. Aftermath of the New Alexandria disaster, Byron argued unsuccessfully for the rebuilding of the colony. So the New Alexandria, at some point in the past, they actually did attempt to settle a new city. And something went wrong, and I think some of them died, and they abandoned the effort. And I think that tragedy was one of the events that caused this dogmatism about the goal stopping at 100, not expanding, not exploring. And one of your companions on this mission was part of that expedition. He's fucked up over it. I think it happened hundreds of years ago. So Miranda says, if Byron mattered so much to you, why didn't you tell him where you were going? I would have loved to have an older brother. Athena failed to load comment. So yeah, most of the founders, Athena left, didn't tell them why she left, where she was going. She just left. All right. And looks like I can go down here now. Not sure why I want to go down here. But in this game, if you can do a thing, do it. There might not be any reason to be down here. Okay, I don't think there's anything for me to do down here. All right, we'll head back out. All right, yeah, better than nothing. Hey, you say that right now, or was that 20 minutes ago? It says there's still 8 people here. But I'm pretty sure I just read everybody to sleep. Okay, here we go.
You know, dealing with this hyper-advanced technology is quite challenging enough without the place also being bloody haunted.
Did you figure out anything else about the generator?
When I said it was outputting enough energy for 2 New Jerusalems, I wasn't kidding. It really was. And no emissions of any kind. I'd have to run more tests, but it seems like a perfect power source.
That's very promising.
And then imagine what the megastructure can do.
Hey,
and what we could do with that kind of energy. I wonder if anyone in New Jerusalem really understands.
That's an argument for not tapping into it, if you ask me. But all right. So this back here is a bonus puzzle. So while we're on this side of the world, let's check it out. The main reason these exist, you have to solve the 8 puzzles, but they throw out these extra bonus puzzles so that basically you can solve these instead. I like solving all the puzzles. And I'm probably going to end up, I'm hoping at some point get some sort of acknowledgement. Be like, hey, you solved all the puzzles and the bonus puzzles. But I figured I'm in this game to play puzzles. And if they have puzzles, I should solve them even if I don't strictly have to solve every single puzzle. Okay, so there is a portal maker. That is probably going to need to do this at some point. Alright, and then there's this. But then that thing is behind... It's behind a fence that maybe there's some way to open that, but I can't immediately see how. But obviously something needs to go up here. Probably that. Laser pointer. Laser. Red laser receptacle. No way to... I don't think... Okay. Can I get this? First off, let's see if I can get this up here. Oh. Nope. Okay, so if this is sitting on a block, sitting on that, and then I do this, it will go up. I'm not sure why I wanted this to get up there, but, so this is not helpful. Is there any other... Yeah, this is where I need to get. I need to shoot a red laser into that to open this up. Interesting. Somehow, I also need to shoot a laser into this to get that block out. Which presumably, I need to get the block out to put on here to make this get up there. So I can put that in there and make this go across here to be able to do stuff, to put it up here, but... Can I use that thing anywhere else? Can I take... I can't take the fan off. I don't know that that helps me at the moment. Okay. Nope, get out of this thing. Get out of this thing! Okay. I'm being a bit stuck at this point. Can I still hit that thing from down below? Yeah, okay. Alright. There we go. Boom. Grab this. Now it'll shoot me up there with this. Then I can come across here. Alright, and... Alright, now we got the block. Well, hold on. What if I try to do that? Alright. Okay, so if I can get the block over here, I can put the block on this and then move this back to a place where it can hit all three of these things. And as the block I think this is a rather simple matter of just bringing it over like I did the laser pointer. We're gonna keep our connections. Set this over here so maybe it's not like in the block. It's not gonna hit the block. Oh. Huh. Okay. Because of this thing, it has to be a relatively straight line. Is this gonna be a problem? Connection. This is going to be a problem. So if I stand on it... Hold on. Wait. Can I somehow get that fan blade over here? If I set that fan blade on here, it's got a low profile. So the laser could go over it. The problem is I can't get the fan up to this transport beam without the fan being there to blow me up there, right? So, a little bit of a problem with this theory. I was like, could I get the anti-grav pointer over here? And the answer, I believe, is yes. Maybe it's the anti-grav pointer that we need. Okay, new plan. I think this thing can transport itself in its own beam. Did it not? Oh. Didn't I do that before? So that we're not centered? Let's try this again. Maybe it won't do it. I thought I did that. No. Wait. Yeah, I did. Didn't I take one of these things through its own anti-grav thing? Wait, did it go? Oh, it fell down here. Okay, that doesn't help. I think I've got the theory right. hold on. All right. I still need this or something. Get this off here. Throw that up there. Grab shifter. Set this on here. Maybe I didn't need to bring the laser pointer over here. Ooh. Ooh, hold on. No, it all needs to be up here. Okay. Wait a minute. I can't make it all be up here. This is not helping. So this got, all right. Okay. All right, let's get that thing set up again. Get the laser back over there. Let's see if this can get a laser past this guy. No. I thought maybe because it like had a tripod, we were gonna. Oh, hold on. And this? Nope. No, no. Doesn't help. Well. So, this is what I wanted to have. Oh, hold on. Oh no. Okay, I thought maybe there was like a magnetic wall up there somehow. Can I get either the block or the fan over up here? With this here, without losing anything else. I don't think I can. I can get the block over here. No. Can I? Yeah, I can. All right. Can I get over this thing without... I don't think I can get over this thing. Nope. Okay. Now I can't get to the block. Here's what we gotta do. We can't have the block being on the other side of the beam. So we get the block set up before we turn on the beam. Here. Now we go over and set up the beam. And we just walk the block right into it. That up. Boom, there we go. Oh, okay, get out of there. We're gonna set this up on top of that and see if now it will reach. Still no. Son of a bitch. If I get closer? Ooh, hold on. How close? How close can we get? Get a little closer. Oh, okay. Moving over just a tad. There we go. Oh my gosh. I was a bit... I was stumbling cluelessly around, Brad. I didn't see your enthusiasm over my blundering. You said that's your favorite part. I just did a lot of it. Because I gotta remember Brad is he is technically at work right now. Not technically, he's at work. Hey, what do we got here? Some sort of a vehicle. An ancient vehicle. Ancient human personal vehicle. These vehicles were sources of freedom and autonomy, but also contributed significantly to environmental pollution. All right. Is this something? No. Figure out. Go taking the long way around. This is the way that I followed the sprite earlier. Alright. Gonna meet back with our regularly scheduled programming back to, hey, number 7. And, you got something to say to me? This guy, oh, Melville, it's the lady engineer.
Yes.
What do you think about Miranda creating life?
Personally, I'd focus on creating things that help human beings. But her desire to spread life seems admirable to me. If most of the universe is dead, not doing anything with all that space seems like a waste.
It's a lot of space, yeah. I should get back to work. Alright, number 7. Delivery is the title of this puzzle. So I can use that. This can turn that on and raises the puzzle, or raises the thingamaboos it. Okay, there's that. This, you have to bring something to swap. So let's see. This is a what? I think that is a gravity beam gun. Okay. If I shoot a gravity beam there, it will bring that block across to there. I'm not sure how that's helpful. But what I can do for now, all right, this fan and that is something's going on with that. But I can use this to grab this. Oh wait, could I do this from? No, I can't. So I need to connect that to that. I can probably do that. By getting that up there. And I can probably... Wait, where was this block always here? Alright, I think we just need the, we need that just to get this block over here. And then to get the block down where I can grab it. Alright. Get the fan blade back. Could be a little premature on grabbing the fan blade. Because what I think ultimately we're going to need is we're going to need this guy to be stuck up there. So it will have line of sight to both the laser source and the laser receiver. Or will it have line of sight to both of those things from up there? No, it won't. Why would anything... Hold on, that's how you get the laser over there. Alright, turn this off. This goes here. Oh. Gonna run out of things. Okay. Keep connectors. Just have it connect to all three. Set that up there. I don't know if it's going to let me do everything that I need to do from in here, but we'll find out. All right. Can I grab that from here? No, I cannot. Oh, hold on. I don't need the fan blade anymore. Okay. So I can swap... Well, I guess I can swap anything out at this point. Swap this out to this. Now I can take this out here. And now I can get that over there, and this should actually do the trick. Yeah, there we go. Solved it.
I'm glad to see all those overloads haven't damaged your logic circuits.
Yeah, I'm doing alright. Scanning. Right, and I think we've solved enough puzzles to progress. But I can't walk by an unsolved puzzle. Also, okay, we solved the Prometheus puzzle, but there should also be another bonus puzzle that I don't know if I've even spotted, or if so, I've forgotten it. Alright, hold on, let me see what the name of this thing was again. Step and release. Okay. Step, this has got a removable fan. So probably this laser activates this, which would then project me up here to the objective. So I need to get a red laser on that thing. The red laser is behind these two things. And that is a thing that can connect to a laser source and then store it, and then you can move it anywhere and project that color out of it. But not going to do anything for us until I can get two objects, one on each of these pads, which will presumably then open that up. So, objective 1, find two objects. Well, first of all, object 1, yes, object, but we don't need the fan yet. But I see some, I swap this. And does this help us at this point? Can I use this? Can I ride this up with the thing? Oh, okay, a little bit of... Now that thing is still down there. Because this would allow us to remove one of the force fields down there. But we need to bring something up here to swap with it. Which is why I thought, if there's a way... If there's a way I could bring this up there, that would be grand. And I didn't just miss... I don't think this is happening. Let me see. Oh, it's actually getting closer to the center. Okay. Maybe I am. Maybe it's just about getting it in the right spot. Doesn't seem to be into that. But I've seen this thing, pardon the expression, suck itself off. Oh, whoops. Okay. I think it's just a matter of placing it. I just gotta place it just right. I would say maybe... No, it's right in the middle of its own beam there. If it were on a block, it could ride the block up. miss any blocks here, did I? I don't think I did. Oh, hold on. Alright, new plan. Gonna do this. And then I'm gonna step on this. And there we go, look at what we did. Alright, good job. Well, now obviously I can do this, but I need that thing now. And, okay. Is there any way? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, new plan. We're gonna do some swapping, some double swapping. We will definitely need this thing before it's over, but now we're just using it to swap. Wait. I might have jumped the gun on that too. So, because eventually, the thing we're not going to need is this. Right? What are we going to need for sure? What do we need to have out? We're going to need to have this thing and that thing. And we're not going to need this. We're only going to need this thing out temporarily. Because then I was going to say we also need that thing out. We need this thing and that thing. Which means... Oh. Not initially. We still... Okay, this is what we're going to do. Hold on. I'm not doing this well. This we'll be able to access. Swap that. This is the last thing we're going to need. So we're going to ride this up here. Alright. Disorienting. We're going to swap this. Back down. Alright. And so now... we're going to swap this for this. And we're going to do... This is not helping. Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. All right. We need this to connect to that. But we don't have to make it connect through both lasers. We just need that second laser to be shut down. So... that's not even going to matter. So what I need... Ah, okay. Get this out of here. Get that here. I need this to be shutting down that. Yes? Yes. This is not helping. Now we need that to be connecting to that. There we go. It connected. Now this thing has the red power in it, and it no longer needs to be connected to a source. It now is self-sufficient, which means we no longer need to access that laser. Which means all we need now is the fan to launch us up. Which means we're gonna swap this. We need to get that fan into there, is what we're gonna need. Going cross-eyed. This is gonna be just a repeat of what I've already done. I just need my brain to process it correctly. What we ultimately are going to need... Alright. No. This is what we're gonna need. Swap this. Swap these, because I'm not gonna need this. Oh god. God. Yeah. For Pete's sake. Alright, I can't see what the hell. Alright, swap that. Swap this. Now we're not going to need this for anything anymore. All right. Boom. Fan's back in place. Laser. I'm going to set up to do this. Power up the fan. And boop, up we go. Alright. And that looks like the second hidden bonus puzzle over here. Oh god, it's almost midnight. Alright. I probably need to wind down at this point. I'm surprised my brain has held together this long figuring out all this shit, because I came into this stream already mentally exhausted from my job, but this is a different kind of problem solving. This is more like playful problem solving, whereas the problem solving I've been doing all day at work under timed conditions, more of like a WTF am I supposed to do type of problem solving. Where are not always clean solutions. I prefer the like, there's a right way of solving these puzzles here. You just need to figure it out. But it's objectively the right way. Alright. Gonna get out of here. Stop game. Last saved 1 minute ago. I'm just gonna go straight to desktop. And here we are. Alright. Well. We're at the end. Who's still here? It says there's 7 people here right now. Who's here? Roll call. Who's here? I know Evie's here. I think Brad's here. There he is. Great job. Really solved those puzzles. Were you impressed? Were you impressed for reals, Brad? I know you're still here because you still been interacting. Brad's here. Who are the other 5? Nick, maybe? Nick, unconscious. Secret spying Joss. Maybe it was Twilight. Was it Lugia? I already forgot how to say it. Maybe Twilight Lugia is the fallen. There's probably a couple people in the raid that just forgot to turn off and then they fell asleep. I don't know what happened. Well, I know after the raid there were 12 people, so we lost those. I think we've been holding steady around 7, aside from that. I'm gonna guess Sleeping Nick, and then who knows? Whatever the random people that watch, silently watch. Maybe Jay Maxey? I don't know. Foodery? We haven't seen him in a while. Maybe he's one of our silent watchers. Who knows? Always wonder when it says there's like certain number of people watching, and I know there've been much less people than that actually chatting. Like, who is that? Who's watching? I don't mind. That's fine. I go to plenty of streams where I don't talk at all because I'm just like I can't be bothered to talk. I just want to watch the stream, listen to this person talk about this game, or listen to them talk about whatever. Yeah, your wedding ring back from the jewelers, so your ring is in 3 parts, and sometimes when you would take it off, the parts would fly off and get lost. So you have them soldered together. Oh, okay, cool. Problem solved. Yeah, I think Amanda lost her original wedding band, and it was because she used to take the train home from where's this back in Los Angeles. We lived near downtown LA, and she worked in Burbank, and she took a train home, and it was like a nice train. I think it was like Metrolink. It was pretty like nice train. And she'd get all comfy in this train, and I think she would like take all of her jewelry off and like do her like get hand lotion out, do hand lotion stuff. And I'm pretty sure that's what happened. She took her jewelry off, she did her hand lotion, and she forgot to put her ring back on. She didn't realize till she got home. And that was her original wedding ring. So it's a little sad. Nick is indeed here but sleeping. Did you hear me talking about you from the depths of sleep? Nick? Yeah, that happened, I don't know, like 10 years ago or something. It's been a long time. That happened before you guys even knew me. But, yeah. This is my original ring. I think I told you guys this. Somewhere around 5 years ago. When I first bought this ring, it was always a little bit tight. It was a little snug. And then over the years, as I slowly got a little bit pudgier over the next 15 years or whatever, it got tighter and tighter until at some point, like the first year after we moved here, this thing got too tight. And I was like, I just can't. It's like uncomfortable. So I got it's just a plain tungsten ring. I like tungsten because it's indestructible. For practical purposes, indestructible. So I got, and it's pretty cheap too. Tungsten, it's not that expensive. So I got a replacement tungsten ring that was larger. And then this past year, as I started exercising, I started slimming. It was the slimmest I've been since like ever before, at least before since Amanda's known me. That ring, the bigger ring that I bought, would just fly or fall off my hand sometimes. And I'm like, well, shit, I don't want to lose this. So I dug up, I put the old ring away, like in a ring box, and it was in like the bottom of a drawer somewhere. I dug it up and put it on, and I was like, oh shit, it fits, and it's nice too. There are even times when it's almost felt a little loose, but not quite to the point where it's fallen off or anything. Oh, you're still sick and not sleeping great, so you wake up randomly. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry that's the reason you woke up, and not that your subconscious was delighted to hear my voice say your name, and then you were like, you're having pleasant dreams about me solving laser puzzles, and then you heard your name and opened your eyes. But no, it was like some fever, coughing, fit. I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry. That's not being able to sleep well sucks. All right, so we got Evie, Nick, and Brad. Okay, so that accounts for 3 of the... It now says possibly 7 or 8 concurrent viewers. So, I don't know. Oh, it's just this 7 now. Somebody popped in for second and left. There's still 4 people. We don't know who they are or what they're doing. How could he have? You weren't even watching over him. Maybe that's why he couldn't stay. Maybe, stay asleep because he didn't feel safe. You gotta sleep with one eye open when you're not being watched over by a benevolent overseer who's going to keep you safe all night long inside your dreams. I know a guy. I know a guy that can do that for you. Of course I know him. He's me. To quote Obi-Wan Kenobi. Alright, speaking of which, yep, it is now officially after midnight my time. That was even later for you guys. But I gotta wrap this up, so hopefully you'll all be stone cold unconscious within the next couple of minutes. As I infiltrate your subconscious minds and secure myself a nice cozy spot in your dreams. This is Count Chocula. Yeah, I'm getting Taco Bell tomorrow for sure. The regular order. So it's gonna be... I need to eat something right now either. I just realized I've only had 2 meals today. So definitely not gonna be able to sleep unless I can't sleep if I have that gnawing feeling in my stomach. So I need to sleep, give it a little while to to sink in, and then go to bed. That's the plan. That's why I've got to go. Because I got things to do, like eat, digest, and then sleep. All right. You too. Okay, we'll break. Huddle. Go team. All right. And Nick, hope you're feeling better. Evie, I'm glad you're on the mend. Brad, I hope you don't get sick now. I don't know. Hope you keep on keeping on. And with that, go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, Evie23, Brad Pritchard, and Nick C, and maybe Joss and I, and Twilight Lukey at 3532. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams, Alali, and maybe Kink. Kink still be here? Kink is just the sort of guy that sometimes just stay low profile to the very end. Kink. Yeah, he's probably not here. Good night, everyone. Ah, there he is. He's one of our mysterious fears. Yay! All right, having said that,